You have the love of humanity in your hearts. You don't hate, only the unloved hate. To those who can hear me, I say, do not despair. The misery that is now upon us is but the passing of greed, the bitterness of men who fear the way of human progress. The hate of men will pass, and dictators die, and the power they took from the people will return to the people. And so long as men die, liberty will never perish. Let us fight to free the world. Don't give yourselves to these unnatural men, machine men with machine minds and machine hearts. Let us fight to free the world. Soldiers, don't give yourselves to brutes, men who despise you, enslave you, who regiment your lives, tell you what to do, what to think, or what to feel, who drill you, diet you, treat you like cattle, use you as cannon fodder. Don't give yourselves to these unnatural men, machine men with machine minds and machine hearts. You are not machines, you are not cattle, you are men. You are men. Let us fight to free the world. You have the love of humanity in your hearts. You don't hate, only the unloved hate, the unloved and the unnatural. Soldiers, don't fight for slavery, fight for liberty. In the 17th chapter of St. Luke it is written, the kingdom of God is within man, not one man nor a group of men, but in all men, in you. You, the people, have the power to create machines, the power to create happiness. You, the people.
What's in reality? And I won't compromise between the truth and lies. Show me what's in reality, and I won't compromise between the truth and lies. Reality is all I see. I don't need your fantasy. I've had enough of sophistry. I'll find my own philosophy. Reality is all I see. I don't need your fantasy. I've had enough of sophistry. I find my own philosophy, and you can't bend reality into what you think your car deceives. Something's happening to me. Don't remind me of how things used to be. We don't need no sycophants. Aren't we all just so sick of that?
And we are live. Welcome everybody. It's Thursday. It's Euclid night, but I mean tonight I thought it's about time I went over something that I did quite a while ago, and it's been brushed under the carpet, and a lot of lies have been told about a certain argument. The modern day sophists and the way arguments work, the non-arguments work. There's a lot of projection involved in a lot of this stuff. They like to say that level is horizontal, is a definitional argument. That's what we say. It is defined. Well, quite a bit back. It is November 2020. This video I originally put out. I had a conversation. I sorted out what I called my first proof for level being horizontal, to just sort of brush the cobwebs out of it, to sort of show people what we had been doing. Obviously, it's quite a long time ago, so thought it'd be a good idea that if we go over it to see whether, because I bet a lot of people that are with us right now don't remember this sort of stuff. A lot of stuff gets forgotten as well. Going over that, the amount of bullshit information that goes with it pushes out some of the other information. It's how much you choose to accept. There seems to be a limit, at least with me anyway. You forget about all sorts of things. So let me get this screen sorted for you guys. And as always, most of the stuff we do is meant to drive a conversation. That, strangely enough, this conversation never came. There was no follow-up conversation, and nobody ever since has decided to go back to this particular thing. They try and avert their eyes from it, because I think proofs are a little bit too much. But like I say, this is only my first one. The idea was that it would definitely be built upon. So you guys, I want you tonight to go over and let us know genuinely how well I did perform in this as a sequence of, you know, how to take somebody through it. So let me get this. That one. Transition through. Right, so this is Bev's proof, level is horizontal, number 1. Because it was meant to just start the conversation going. I'll go over a few of the things. There's only 19 thumbs up. It's only had 278 views. Strangely enough. And it was done November 4th, 2020. So quite a long time ago. A few of the comments. Stephen Gerhardt, a member and a frequent listener, says, I think you are correct when you say the difference between hydrostatic being the water is at rest and fluid dynamics is the fluid being in motion. Maybe that might have something to do with the proof coming in. When people start to understand fluid dynamics is when the fun will begin. It has been my experience that water begins to flow at 1 degree off horizontal, and that is the fluid dynamics. Perhaps one day I know this is a big perhaps, maybe you can do a reading of the Euclid books for us. I understand that reading it for yourself is always best, but I am not going to lie. There's a lot of people that will ignore information unless it is given to them orally. Anyway, thanks for the information. I always enjoy it. The dances these people go through. Laughing face. Ryan Q says, if you cannot agree on the definitions / assumptions, then the discussion goes nowhere. It is time to go separate ways. Dinosaur Falcon. Nouns are things. Water level, hose, globe, duck, etc. are nouns. Verbs are doing words. Anything you can put the he, I, we before a word, have it make sense. I run, rewrite, they level, etc. They are verbs. Why are you so jelly? He says, wow, this is only 7 months ago. Wow, seeing a water level next to a water level just looks so fucking stupid. Like using a plumb bob to see if another plumb bob is vertical. What the fuck? I can't stop laughing. Jack says, Jeebus, this fella was painful. think he needs a copy from the board to get his parents to tell him what to think. And Martin Hepworth says, level is still a tangent. This is the only one, Glober, and this guy is a Twitter guy, Twitter genius. He says, level is still a tangent, deal with it. And 1 year ago, I say, in reality, level is horizontal. If you're practicing imaginometry, then you can think of it however you want. Martin says, and horizontal is reference from vertical. Verticals aren't parallel, as you've been shown by multiple people. Ergo, level is a tangent. Deal with it. Martin, I say, they're perpendicular, Martin. Do you know what perpendicular means, don't you? Oh, all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, aren't they? Martin says, horizontal is reference to vertical. Two laterally separate verticals aren't parallel, which means they are tangent to the globe. And he says, and no, all horizontals aren't parallel to each other. So don't be silly. No one has measured that. Horizontal is perpendicular to vertical, and all horizontals are parallel to the horizon, meaning all horizontals are parallel to each other. Simple logical statement. And he says, you've been shown multiple people doing this. Straight up lies from you. Doing this. That's not like a vague thing. Like, doing what? And I say, please state where you imagine, who you imagine has shown me that horizontals intersect. Please don't obfuscate. Just link the video for where you imagine someone has shown me where horizontal planes intersect with each other. I will review it. And not surprisingly, that's the end of the conversation. That never comes because nobody's ever shown that. So, blast from the past. If anybody has got anything that they would like to, please be hypercritical, because this is a proof that level is horizontal, right? Judge me on it and we'll make it better. We'll do it again. I'll improve it. I know it can be done easily, made simpler. But this is me talking to Gary. I don't know whether you guys know Gary from over at Gems. You'll probably know when you hear him. We'll do the intro and everything because this is old school.
This whole tilt thing here that I've been doing this past year, you know, I got the idea from Bilu. I'm not kidding.
Are we gonna keep on dividing? Are we gonna keep on fighting? Are we gonna keep on dividing? Well, are we gonna keep on fighting? Are we gonna keep on dividing? Are we gonna keep on fighting? Are we gonna keep on dividing? Well,
Level.
Establishes a level, correct?
Yeah, it equalizes,
Yes,
doesn't it?
So, thank you
A
for your
fluid.
presentation, Ben.
Yeah, good.
It has been slightly enlightening to what you're doing.
Okay. Do you reckon that'll have sorted it out for everybody, or do you reckon people will still ask me for some proofs? How many people do you reckon won't like that as a proof?
I do think a lot of people are going to say it's what you said before. It is actually slightly different to before, then.
It's no different than it was before. The water level doesn't ever change. It never has changed. It's always been a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference.
I mean, you seem to ask questions, but you don't really have the patience for any answer.
Is that
Anyway,
the first time I've ever mentioned about the actual Euclidean proof?
It just not the first.
Was
time
it a
I think you
surprise, like a
mentioned
Euclid?
parts. You have mentioned last time you went to
Number 11. Let me just check just to make sure. Because without actually going through the whole proof, I mean, you can do that on your own, can't you? Like, and then you gain it. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, proposition 11. To draw a straight line at right angles to a given straight line from a given point in the same. That's the proposition. And then you have to end up with the at the end, wherefore two straight lines cannot have a common segment. That's the proof within that
The argument
proposition.
is just going to be forever on your definition of level, which you must be used to. Right?
I've just give you one of my proofs of the definition of level being a horizontal plane giver. It's a tool that helps you establish what a horizontal is.
Beginning, Bev, when you said about a proof has to be, it has to be personally convincing the person reading it or viewing it. And I see that is the part which people will disagree with you.
I know.
I think you already know this.
Some people can never take anything I ever say as truth because they're so bigoted against a certain group of people that they've put me in. It's fantastic. I just live in reality, right? Slightly autistic person that was asked to prove to himself that level was horizontal because he got accused of being a child abuser because of it. So, not actually having a proof of my own for it, I had to go out and find one.
Yes, well, we know
that's one of them.
And we know that there's lots of bad faith actors in this space.
Mm-hmm.
But I've heard you out, and thank you for presenting it to me. I know you don't normally do it in this kind of format, so thank you for that as well.
Oh, of course we do. We do this all the time. You've never been round here.
Oh, I have.
You can come and meet the whiteboard of truth at any time. We do it proof for proof, right?
I want to do it.
Proof for proof.
I don't mind listening to you.
Right, so that was a clip from the end of what you're about to hear. The conversation afterward, where Gary is talking about it. Now, initially when Gary came in, he wanted this, and I said to him, we'll go proof for proof, right? I'll give you a proof and then you come back, and this is how that proof originally came about. So yeah, I've basically come into this arena and somebody's made me question myself as to what is proof that level is horizontal. I mean, why do you even need a proof? I mean, I didn't make this proof for anybody else. I made this proof because somebody made me question myself, and I realized, I mean, I've been told that level was horizontal, but I mean, how do you actually prove that for yourself? It's a tough one. So this is basically, I've been around here talking to people who've helped me sort out my head. Hopefully we can give that back to people. There's a marvelous group of people here on the Level Discord server who have helped me, and this is something I did like nearly 1.5 years ago, at least that. So again, if you hear anything, let us know.
Your proof.
Okay. So what, do you have any to bring, or are you just sort of...
Well, I do have some, but I will happily listen to yours.
Listen, before we start, we have to get the proof discussion out, right?
I mean, I will do...
I'll tell you, right? A proof, to me, right, is a very, very personal thing. Like, you can't give me a proof. I have to find the proofs for me, for myself. Right? You can show me your proof, but in order to make it my proof, I have to be able to prove it to myself. Until then, I don't consider things a proof, right? So when I say I have proofs, what that means is I've gone through the process of proving these things to myself, then I can say personally, I have proof. Right? Now,
Sure.
Is that what you call proof? Or do you have a different meaning?
I guess your epistemology is a bit different to mine.
Okay. Well, can you explain yours then, please?
Well, I must admit, I assumed that the proof you had was just a mathematical proof, but I'm maybe a little less clear what it is you're doing.
So you take mathematics as being able to give you a proof.
Well, yes. Well, I mean, I must admit, there's different sorts of proofs, so depending on the domain. So legal proof.
Yeah. But how would you accept that, right? Would you say somebody else says here's a proof, and then that you would automatically have to take that on because they've said here's a proof? Or would you actually have to go through a process of actually working that out for yourself in order to turn it to your proof?
This is what I say to you. I say your epistemology, I think, is fine in terms of at some point you have to convince yourself of the proof. So you have to convince yourself of whatever's been presented to you. And, sure, you're free to accept or deny. But what I'm talking about is more in terms of how in different domains the standard for proof is different, right? So
yeah, that's why I asked you, what would you accept as a proof?
Well,
what do you personally accept as proof, right?
And a good, strong, compelling argument. But I must admit, I was under the impression you had a mathematical proof. So that would be
geometrical,
the highest standard.
Yeah, geometric, right?
If it's a good geometric proof, yes. But there are some not so great geometric proofs out there. So more with when they do proof by picture.
Isn't that what geometric proof is, though? I mean, like geometry is the proofs, right?
It depends how it's done, right?
It's just
there are proofs by picture which are
okay. Well, I'm talking about Euclid here, right? The book of Euclid, the geometry, is chock full of proofs. It proves itself every step of the way.
Sure, but as I say,
so that's like that is a book just full of proofs.
Sure, but I mean, you're asking me quite a broad thing, and I say for different domains, the standard proof is different, right? As in law.
Yeah, I know. So when you say different domains, what do you mean? Like, because I've said, to me, it's personal, right? Any proof.
To explain it, Beth.
Yeah.
I'm trying to explain it. So, in the legal domain, witness testimony is worth a lot. It's a high standard of proof, right?
Well, I don't know. Would that be enough proof for you? This is what I'm saying. It's very personal.
Yeah, well,
you keep saying other different types of proof. But,
yes, but I'm just
is it not personal to you?
Yes, but I'm trying to explain it, aren't I? If you would let me.
Yeah, I understand there's different domains and different ways that people can get proofs. But at the end of the day, it's their own proof.
That's not what I'm saying, Beth.
Okay, go on.
Just let me briefly go over, right? If you want to have this, shall we say, non-standard epistemology, that's fine. Really, if you just want to present it, if you just want to present it, that's fine.
Can you explain that for the people?
Well, you have this idea that it has to convince the individual, right?
I said at the beginning, a proof to me, because it's a very personal thing. Yeah,
correct.
Okay. No, just a proof to me. Like, it's not my epistemology or anything. It's what a proof is to me.
Yeah, and this is part of your epistemology.
So can you give me your epistemology then, please, of proofs?
I would expect, from what I've heard from your mathematical proof, that is what I would expect. But I mean, I'm not too picky. I just want you to see what you have put together.
Okay, well... do you have proofs to match my proofs? Proof for proof?
I, at this point, would just like to see yours.
Well, do you think I'm likely to do that? I'm not
Well,
doing
you
a
did say
presentation.
the other day.
Yeah,
if
I said
come
I'd
to
come in. You
DC,
can come in and you can see the proofs.
You
right?
will show me
I will. Okay.
your proof. But if you
First
don't
one.
want to,
Proof.
that's
Proof
fine
number
also.
one. Proof number one to me that level is horizontal is open. Right. What do you think of that at the beginning? Try to establish what proof is. If you're going to give a proof to somebody, you want to be able to establish to the person you're talking to what proof is. And I do believe that was one of the first brush-offs. The guy obviously didn't have a clue what he thought a proof was in the first place. He wasn't ready for it. So how... It's a question. How do you give somebody a proof of something without them understanding what proof is, or without you understanding what they think a proof is? So how do you give something to somebody when they don't tell you what it is that they want to be receiving? Very strange. He comes expecting a proof, but doesn't have an idea of what that proof is. I think I explained it's a process that you have to go through yourself. You have to put yourself through a process to come out at the other end with the proof. I don't know whether he thought the same sort of thing or not. So here we go. This is me working through them step by step. Did anybody want to come in then? Okay. Step one. Opening, go into any dictionary, anywhere, opening it up and having a read. And that, in every dictionary, will tell you that a level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference. See, that to me, step one, that would be my first biggest proof. The fact that I cannot find anywhere any reference in a dictionary that level has a curvature to it. Okay. What does everybody think of that? First one, easiest proof. Level is horizontal. Just go and find a dictionary. Do it yourself. Open up any dictionary that you can find and look at the word level. See what it says. See if you can find a curvature to it. The purpose of me doing this is to show somebody that whatever their preconceptions are, there's no way you can find any curvature to a level in a dictionary. And that's any dictionary and every dictionary. No curvature to level. But that's only a very simple one to put somebody in the mindset right at the beginning that you're looking for something that doesn't exist. I mean, it shows the futility of it, that you're proving something that every dictionary says anyway. It shouldn't be hard, right? Shouldn't be a hard task to be able to prove that level is horizontal. Now, these guys want my proof, but they don't know what proof is. And I'm basically showing them at the beginning the futility of it all. Because it is ridiculous when you think about it. Try and put your own mind through this process of doing this.
Is that all your proof?
That would be the first one and the main proof. That I would require like somebody to say, no, I don't believe that's a proof. That's not good enough a proof for me to accept that. Because it's pretty simple and it's pretty straightforward, basic, right? We always start at the very beginning. You have to start off with the definitions of things, right? Yeah. Yeah. Well, I would start off with the definition of level being a tool that establishes a horizontal plane of reference. And then I would offer you up a chance to counter that. Or you can just agree with it and say, yes, that's a pretty good proof, that, Bev. Or, well, I don't accept that as a proof, Bev, because I have X to sort of put up against it. You know, that's the way we sort of work round here.
So really your position is just by definition?
No, that's the first one I said. Number one.
Okay.
It would require a counter to that for me to need to carry on, right? Do you accept that as a good enough proof that level is a tool that establishes a horizontal plane of reference? Or would you require me to prove it more to you?
Well, if you have more, I'll listen.
Yeah, but I'm saying, do you not accept that as a proof? Because, I mean, if you accept it, then we're fine. We're done, aren't we? I mean, you've been convinced.
I'm yet to be convinced.
You're yet to be convinced that a level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference.
Well, that's part of what you said, but I would like to listen to more of your argumentation.
See, it's not much of an argument, is it? If I keep saying things and you just say,
yes, but,
that's good. That's good. Can I have some more, please?
This is,
please, sir. Can I
your
have some
proof
more?
should be self-contained. So that's all I'm after.
It is. Yeah. Well, definitions. We start off at definitions. We have to have an understanding right at the very start, the base of it. Right. We'll strip it right down, get down to the base. And then we have to define things, what we're talking about. So first off, we start off with the definition. The definition, I say, level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference. Therefore, level is a straight line on a horizontal plane. Would you agree?
Sure. Well, I do feel like I expected a bit more than what I've...
Right. Is anybody here? Because this particular part is one of those things that I don't think we ever got to go over because they put a big load of conspiracy shit all over this in order for this not to be shown. Right? Is there anybody here wanting to engage in conversation about this? Watch the top right hand corner up here. Remember, this is in here. We've got Plague Zero, Autisimo, who's Gary, DP, Emma, Roger MC, there's a blast from the past, and me. Whenever you put your camera on, the little camera thing comes on Discord. It had only just been implemented, I think. But level is a straight line on a horizontal plane. See that? Autisimo. There's a camera. And look at this. Can you see? There's somebody there. Now, we didn't know who it was. We initially, when this was, because I don't know who Gary is, I said, you put your camera on. Do you want us to show it? He went, I fucking didn't. Prove it, he said. So we sent him a picture. Do you know who it is? This person up here. Would you agree?
Sure.
Let me just move it over. There you go. Can you see that? Is my sound coming through on Discord? You guys can't hear me, can you?
Yes, yep.
Anybody in the chat know who that is?
I don't know who he is.
Me neither.
No? Remember, this is Gary that's doing this. Gary here. Autisimo. Over at Gem Pandas. He said, right, that is a picture of P. Mars. So, Gary, in the midst of a thing with me, a conversation with me about going over the proof of level is horizontal. Switched his camera on. And in his camera had P Mars. I didn't know who P Mars is or anything. I'm having a conversation to fucking Gary. And Gary switches the camera on. It's got P Mars in his camera. 1.5 years ago on Discord. Interesting, huh? Here we go.
Well, I do feel like I expected a bit more than what I've heard so far.
And you notice that P Mars in the camera of Gary isn't talking. So I know that it's not Gary that's in the camera of Gary's picture. Right? So the question then comes, why has Gary got a camera with P Mars in it and able to broadcast that to Discord? What's going on?
Maybe he had some advisor, silent advisor.
What, coming round to talk to me about level is horizontal proof 1.5 years ago? I mean, come on. Yeah, they're all like confirming that is definitely P Mars. I don't know who P Mars is. I've not got a clue. I didn't know then, and all we did was checking that Gary hadn't switched his camera on. He wasn't bothered about his face. And he said, ha ha ha, it's a joke. They always do that, apparently, switch their cameras on and have pictures of video of P Mars playing in their camera. So what my idea is now that I'm looking back over this is they've got their own cubicles. And P Mars has got one, and Gary's got one, and Gary's just turned his camera around and it's got showing P Mars on his camera in his little cubicle hut. I mean, I don't know what they're doing, but there's only 5 of us in the room. Here we go. Really?
Yeah.
So all you have to do is say yes or no. I agree, or I don't.
Camera only
agree.
came on for a few
It's
seconds.
Simple thing to do. Can you not even do that?
Well, proofs should be self-contained.
Okay. It's personal. Wait, didn't we say that? Didn't we start off with that? Proof should be personal to you. Like either you accept it as a proof, or you don't accept it as proof. Either way, it's going to be personal to you. So
yeah, and I said that I wasn't convinced.
Okay, so you okay? Right. Well, I would now say I'm going to give you the evidence, like the picture proof.
Okay.
Okay. Once my PC gets going. Let's see. I've got one down here that I've highlighted some stuff. It makes it a bit easier. There you go. Right, so in the debate discussion, Merriam-Webster.
Yeah.
Right, now, that one, it says a device for establishing a horizontal line or plane by means of a bubble in a liquid that shows adjustment to the horizontal by movement of the center of a slightly bowed glass tube. Yeah?
Sure. So this is by definition again, but okay.
Yeah, that is a definition. I'm sorry, I said I'm showing you picture proof because you didn't believe it. Like, you weren't able to accept this as a proof that a level was a. So I'm just sort of going to the
I think that
definition.
what you and I call proof is very different.
Yeah.
This is for sure.
Okay, well, that wasn't what I wanted to go to, really, though. It was number 3. that I wanted to show you in the Merriam-Webster dictionary of level. It says number 3. These are the nouns, right? So they're like doing words, right? The actual physical act. Would you agree?
What, a noun?
Yeah.
No.
No. What's a noun then? To you?
I'm not really. I mean, if this sort of way of constructing your proof says
no definitions. I say we start in
present small
at the
pieces
base.
of information, and then you wish for me to interact with it. I was expecting more of a presentation.
Okay. I'm asking you, like, this is a two-way street. You've never been here before. This is the way we do things, right?
Yes, and I was expecting something different.
Yeah,
right?
but at the end of what you are presenting or expecting, right? You just go, that doesn't make any sense. So what I'm doing here is along the way, step by step, I'm making sure you're with us. Because if you're not with us, then
this is not quite how Euclid works, though, is he? He has his book.
Yeah, he does definitions first. That's how he starts it. Yeah, he starts with his definitions.
And then from them he derives new theorems.
He starts with his definitions. But so that's what we're doing. We're establishing the definition of level. Okay.
Let's get to
so
the
number 3 says horizontal condition. Actually, the noun. What's a noun in yours? I'd say it's a doing word. It's the action, isn't it, that something does?
If that is part of your argument, then sure, I'm letting you present it.
No, well, I'm asking you if you understand what a noun is. So we can describe these things in the definitions of what they mean.
This is not a proof, then, is it?
This is the definitions. This is how you start. Like, imagine you're like Euclid, right?
Should just present.
He's got his book. He's got his book, right? What he does is he does the definitions. Yeah, he starts with the definitions of everything. Then he tells you the rules of what he's going to play by, the postulates and the axioms. Then he goes into the propositions. That's where the proof is. But in order to get to that proof, we need to start with the definitions.
Yes.
Right, do you like that? I mean, say this is quite a long time ago for me. But I'm just using Euclid as an example. And am I correct? Trying to establish common ground right at the beginning was my idea. But obviously, we're talking about the identity of the subject that we have. You have to define it first in order to prove that definition. That's what I've been asked to prove, that level is horizontal. So first off, we have to agree on the definition that he knows where my definition is coming from. And I'm just trying to establish, like everybody knows in this arena, bunny ears, that you struggle to identify the subject that you're dealing with. And I guess I'm labouring on it, but I know how much a problem this is. Just saying level is horizontal gets a reaction.
I think that he's stuck here because he cannot agree on this definition, because agreement on that definition ends his argument.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why he is not agreeing. He's just trying to make some labyrinth way out, because this is troublesome for him.
What do you think about my noun idea? How do you like that playing? It's all right. Tell me if I'm wrong. You meant to. It's meant to encourage conversation. Right? Because I know that these guys have an idea that level being both a noun and a verb really freaks them out. So by confusing what a noun and a verb is with respect to level is a mind play, right? He didn't correct me on noun or verb, doing word or a naming word or anything like that. But there's no conversation coming about whether it's a noun or a verb or anything like that. They just don't want to identify. They cannot look at the identity of this. It's so obvious what Gary's doing. He's documenting this proof, right? My first attempt at a proof. But this is how you lay it out. You start off with what it is you have to prove, the definition of the thing, because that's what they're asking me to do. It's a ridiculous proof. To be able to prove a self-evident truth is... Let's see where we go.
So
yes.
Present them.
Struggling. So
and then
the definition that we are dealing with level, we have to sort this out, right, is a horizontal condition. Number 3, horizontal condition. Especially equilibrium of a fluid marked by a horizontal surface of even altitude. Right? So, he says altitude. Do you know what altitude is? The difference between altitude and elevation. Definitions again, I know, but I mean, it all makes sense.
Just present it.
So the elevation is the ground level. So like when you say that land there that you're walking on is 50 odd feet, or that canal you've got your canoe boat on, right? That is 51 feet above sea level, right? Now that's elevation because it's like on the floor. Anything above that up would be called altitude, right? That's the difference between elevation and altitude. So when this says here, horizontal condition, especially equilibrium of a fluid marked by a horizontal surface of even altitude. Altitude signifies it's not on the floor. So you can't be on the canal, because that would be elevation. You have to be above the canal, right? Above the floor, in order to take it into altitude. Now, equilibrium of a fluid marked by a horizontal surface. You're sciencey, right? And so that I would say that what that's talking about there particularly is hydrostatics within fluid. Is it like a fluid dynamic, a hydrostatic? It's not really. The fluid isn't really dynamic because it's static. So, but you can see how they're meant to be together, right? Sort of. There's a bit of a debate. I'd say hydrostatics. That when the water is poured, it makes an even altitude. Equilibrium of a fluid marked by a horizontal surface of even altitude. Now that's the definition of level within the Merriam-Webster dictionary, right? Now I would suggest to you that is a water level, like in a tube, because that would be above the floor, wouldn't it? It would be have an altitude to it. You could move it up and down, and that's how you gain altitude from an equilibrium of a fluid marked by a horizontal surface of even altitude. Horizontal condition, it calls it. So when I say level, I primarily mean that water level. I mean, that's the base of what I call level. And then the dictionary also calls that a horizontal condition. And within the hydrostatics, within science, would also say that the liquid levels all even out to be level. I mean, that's it. That's it. Water level. So that's just the definition of the word. How would you go with that?
Well,
so thinking back then, what do you think about the rhetoric of that? How well did I present level and that being a water level?
I would say that it couldn't be said more clear. So I think that even 5-year-old child would understand.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was very thorough and very to the point. That was good.
I would say the answer to your question is in the long pause after you finished. Before this person, I assume, responds. But there was a long pause after when you said, you go with that. Long pause. Why? Seemed very straightforward to me.
Yeah.
Don't know what else you could say other than, yeah, I mean, there you go.
I guess looking back at it now, right, what I was doing, I was establishing that level horizontal sort of stuff and noticing that he didn't want to commit to anything. Didn't even want to say nuh-uh. And then I thought I'd focus in then, right, to particularly look at the water level. And like you show them with this definition and that sort of rhetorical story, you are forcing them to look at the water level as being a horizontal plane and through science as well. Because, I mean, it's obvious. You try and deny this, you can't really. It's just, it's going to come down to sophistry. That's all that these other guys have got. And I think you'll hear it. Non-committal.
I'm okay with it so far.
Okay, so he's okay with it. We're agreed then that a water level establishes a horizontal or an equilibrium of the fluid within the tube at either end. Because there's only two, isn't there? No, nobody needs to put that third one in the middle for any reason, really. But, I mean, it's just two ends of a tube, and that tube can go, any idea? How long would you say that a tube of a water level could get to before, well, it establishes a horizontal condition?
They can be very far apart.
Yeah.
But, I mean, I understand the definition of level you're using.
Mm-hmm.
I am unsure how this will be used in the next step of your proof, but I do have some issues with it, but that's okay.
Okay, can you? We'll try and we want to get the base sorted. I don't want to be building anything on any dodgy ground. So if you've got any problems, now's the time for you to speak up.
Well,
or like if you don't think I put that case across well enough either.
Well, I understand your case. I mean,
good.
I don't think that this definition of horizontal, a level, is going to be enough. But I mean, I'm okay to move forward with it.
Oh well.
How would he correct that definition then? If you don't think it's enough, how would you correct it to make it enough?
I am just here to listen to Bev's proof.
Well, hang on. This is a two-way thing. You've told Bev that
It's self-contained. You don't have to debate a proof. Really, I want to get to the part where.
So hang on.
Geometry.
You haven't given a counter to what Bev has given you, but you're telling him that it's not enough.
Proof. I'm willing to accept it, and for him to get on to the next part.
So you're accepting what Bev has said to you then?
For the purpose of his proof, yes.
Okay. And could you also, because for me, could you elaborate on how far a long way is with how big you could make a water level?
Yeah, if you've got a long enough pipe, you can get a water level.
Yeah, we know that, but what is your maximum operational distance, should we say?
For maintaining horizontal.
That is adding more to the question than what Primate just asked, isn't it?
Well, I know, but I'm just saying that
Well, you need to
definition that I
maintain
just
it.
gave you, right, doesn't have an up until. It just says an equilibrium of a fluid marked by a horizontal surface of even altitude. Do you think there should be a double dot, but only up to about, I don't know, you'd have to put a number there. Your science or whatever, you know, who your authority that you're going to that's higher than, I mean, we're only at a dictionary, so we're only doing definitions. But if you could cite somewhere.
No, I can't cite somewhere right now. I'm listening to the next part of your proof.
So you have no clue as to the maximum operational horizontal levelness
I'm waiting to listen to the next part
of the water level.
That's what I would say.
No, you see, what I'd say, I'm done, because you show no counter. No, I've got loads more proofs, but I'm not going to give them to somebody and do a presentation for somebody that doesn't even understand a dictionary definition of a word or give a counter. I've just gave you a very good case. Have you ever heard anybody explain anything from a dictionary like that before?
What you mean, painfully going over the two lines? No, I haven't.
The fact that level is horizontal, your whole understanding of what horizontal is, where does that come from, please?
This is not a proof.
Where do you get your understanding of what horizontal is? Because obviously we're going to have to go further back. If you're not, there's nothing wrong with the definition. We're going to have to go to the horizontal because it says level is horizontal. So your problem must be with horizontal.
Which is using geometry.
Mm-hmm.
Don't you think you should have a definition which also is using geometric principles?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like horizontal is the basis of level. Level is horizontal, and horizontal is a straight line. Do you want me to prove that a straight line, a horizontal, is a straight line? Do you want me to start off with that first?
I mean,
that's basics, babe.
Go for any part of your presentation.
Well, I'm saying he doesn't believe the proof, so
this level is horizontal by definition.
Yeah. That's that. You've got loads more proofs. Do you want me to give you the proof that horizontal is a straight line?
That one is not really needed.
Oh, so you definitely know that horizontal is a straight line. God, that's good. Good to know.
If it's part of your argument, you can present it. I'm waiting for you to... Well, you say you have more than just by definition, so that's the part I'm looking for.
Yeah, but first of all, we have to establish the definitions of all of the words that we are going to use before we can progress. One of those words is straight, the other one is horizontal, and then we have to link level to being horizontal. They are the same thing. That's what we're talking about, right?
You know, in Euclid, he just presents his axioms.
What do you think about that, right? My concept back then, in order to prove that level is horizontal, is first off, you have to establish that they know what horizontal is for you to be able to link that level to horizontal in order to be able to prove that level is horizontal. You have to prove that link from one to the other. That's established what I'm trying to do here at the minute. Just trying to get him so I can be at least understanding that he knows what level and horizontal is. If I'm going to be able to link level to horizontal, he has to know what horizontal is. and I have to know that when he's thinking what horizontal is, that we are thinking the same thing. And I'm still, because I know I've been talking to a lot of people that literally think straight lines are on the surface of a ball. So I'm just trying to establish with Gary that when we say horizontal, we mean a straight line on a plane, that he understands that. And it seems really difficult to be able to communicate that with people. For some reason, it's as though they're falling into a trap, which they probably are, if they admit that horizontal is a straight line or a plane. I mean, I guess they know it.
Yeah, this is the difficulty with coming to terms, isn't it?
Yeah.
You're trying, you again, I think the rhetoric is sound. You're trying to come to terms, and there's a resistance to coming to terms. And
Yeah.
I think you were going down the right road in saying, basically saying, well, there's nothing more to talk about. How can I go on with the proof if we can't come to terms?
Yeah.
As we go along.
And by the way, he's making a reservation. I think that he wanted from you that he would treat that as concession, that he will give you concession for now. And even he said that before, that for the sake of argument, he is something, but I think that he is trying to save some way out in some point of discussion to just deny.
Yeah. As you can see, there's only 200 and odd views on this. Yet it's the one thing that they say I never have. But I mean, listening to it now, you could see why they may think it's definitional, because I'm trying that hard to establish what I'm meant to be proving to this person. I'm proving a self-evident truth, which I know in the back of his mind, he can bend horizontal into a sphere shape. Just trying to point that out to everybody. But I mean, it's hard work to do it. It was, at least back then.
And this is difficult to deny, this definition, because in Euclid, I read in this translators' descriptions about definitions, because there is definition a priori or a posteriori. So Euclid was trying to make as many a priori definition as he could. But, for example, this definition is a posteriori. It means that it is taken from reality. It is not creating new reality, but it is taken from it. So, in order to deny this definition, he just would deny reality. That's why he is stuck, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, this is one of those arguments that's not really an argument, but it does sort of end the so-called non-argument, really. It shows how simple an actual argument can shut down all of this circular bullshit. And it also shows you how people can divert their minds away from something that's right in front of their face, and how they can just basically not see it, do everything they can to look away. We've got loads to go.
He doesn't all of there's 35 definitions that come before that. Did you miss them?
Do the same.
Did you miss the definitions that came before the axioms?
And then make whatever argument it is that you have.
Did you miss the definitions that come before the axioms? Did you see them? Because you can't just say Euclid. You can't
to
just
your
say
proof.
Euclid just goes to this bit, and then, oh, whoops, we forgot all of the definitions where he defined everything he was going to be using for the rest of his
You're the only one who's
propositions.
stuck, right? I'm telling you, present your case.
Yeah, okay.
All you have to do is agree to what he's saying.
My case is
For the purpose of
initially
this proof,
that
I agree.
level is horizontal. Now, in order for me to progress, I have to start off at the beginning, at the base, and understand that you can understand that level, right? The word, what it means, and horizontal. Because it's no good me trying to link one word with another word if I'm not sure that you understand what that word means and what that word means.
So you refuse to present your proof any further because
Is that what you just got from that?
To this definition, even though I said
you're just making
I
stuff
wouldn't
up.
accept it for the purpose of this discussion.
Okay, so are you saying you can't define the words? You're unwilling to listen to a definition or a proof that the definitions are what they are?
I've been here listening to you slowly read out that definition.
Yeah.
I said to you, I don't believe it's adequate for an argument of the type which I expect you to make.
Okay.
But I'm waiting for you to make
definitions.
that argument.
Yeah, definitions first. We have to define the definitions for me to be able to go to the Euclidean proof of level being horizontal.
Bev.
What?
Make the proof there.
You have to have the definitions of everything sorted first. Now, are you willing to accept that a level is a tool that establishes a horizontal plane of reference? Yes or no?
As I said before, I have some contentions with the definition that you're using for a level.
Okay, please explain your contentions.
See the rest.
I'm making the missus some breakfast, so I'll be back in.
Yeah, this is going nowhere. He's got
It's not
problems,
really,
but
is it?
he just can't tell you what the problems are with the words that you're using,
not
Bev.
present his proof.
It's pointless. It's a waste of your time, Bev.
Bev is a waste of time.
No, I said
All
he's
he
a
has
waste
is
of
by
your
definition
time,
level
Bev.
is horizontal.
You're a waste of time.
He's literally all he's saying is all he's ever said is that level is horizontal by
Defines the
dictionary
words.
definition.
He has defined the words that you were going to use in his
So
presentation.
then be able to make
So
his
either
presentation.
you agree with the words that he is using and their definitions, or you disagree and you supply definitions that you think fit the purpose. And then Bev can either agree or disagree with those ones. And then you move forward.
Yeah.
It's
His
a really
proof
simple
should be
process.
self-contained, and it clearly isn't.
Well, if you're not going to either agree or disagree and you're just going to circle jerk,
certainly not
it's
around
pointless you
the
being
geometry.
here.
So Bev has nothing to present. Other than
I'll go to it in a minute. Like I said, I'm making the missus a breakfast, so I'll get that sorted, go and sort her out, and then I'll be back down, right? But have a think about this in the meantime, because I'm going to be using a water level, like in reality, the real thing. So you know what one of those is. Have a quick look up. And I will also be using Euclidean principles. I would also be using a little bit of hydrostatics, like we tried to explain earlier, and the fact that horizontal condition, right? So the level, the tool, horizontal, straight lines, Euclid, right? You've got to make sure that you're with us on that, because if you're not with us on that, it's not going to be much use, is it?
I've understood everything you've presented so far.
Okay, right. Well, let me sort the breakfast out, and I'll be back in a bit. All right.
Part of your argument.
As you can see, This isn't prepared or anything. This is sort of on the spot. Gary's just come in to come and talk to us and ask for the proof, which I said I'd give to anyone. Gary was the only one that came, surprisingly enough. And as you can see, yeah, sorting the missus' breakfast out. So it's not prepared. It's not scheduled.
Anyway, in the break, in the intermission, shall we say. Everyone seen the chaos in France yesterday?
No, what happened?
Well, Macron's just announced another lockdown on Paris, so everyone was trying to leave Paris last night. Chaos, police everywhere, like in riot gears running around. I don't know what was going on.
Gonna be a long winter.
Yeah, well, it's exactly what's going to happen here. There'll be a second lockdown.
It's crazy, isn't it? Despite them coming forward and saying lockdowns don't work, we're going to have another one.
Yep, just for Christmas. Just to ram it home to all of those people out there who are really lonely and suffering. Can't get any help with anything. And then to be told that Christmas is a write-off. I think it's going to send some people over the edge, poor things.
Yeah, some people are already there.
Yeah, sending everyone crazy.
Yeah.
Except me, I'm quite happy avoiding people.
No, Roger's back. You got your recording.
I like Roger.
Yeah.
Good to see you, Roger.
He's on.
Level is horizontal. What you're chanting.
Yeah, no breaking out, Roger. We don't want any backing music going on here.
No chants, no mantras, thanks, Roger.
We'll do it another time, though. We'll do a special remix for you, Roger.
Could live stream it if you want, Roger.
Just setting my camera up. So, are you okay with Euclidean geometry being used for getting proofs? Autismo. Are you actually autistic, or are you just using that as it's like a funny little quip? Because I quite like the autists. My kind of people.
Yeah, they're very, very open-minded, aren't they?
Yeah. Has he gone? Are you still there, Autismo?
I am back.
Oh, you're back. Are you actually autistic? Or are you just using that? Pardon?
Well, let's not put too much effort into that. Let's finish this presentation.
Effort? I'm not putting any effort into it. Effort into what, your autism or everybody's autism? Because I'd say it's a scale, right? There's a spectrum. Is that what you call it?
Yeah.
Yeah. And
that's how it's described. Yeah.
Okay, so like light has a spectrum as well, doesn't it?
It does.
Yeah. So do you know any light that isn't on the spectrum? No. I'm just basic. It's a basic way of saying that if autism is on the spectrum, then everybody's on it, right? Everybody can have a little bit of it at least. So is that what you're doing? You're making fun of everyone for?
No.
No.
Good morning.
Morning.
Yeah, all right, Redmond.
Or I see.
You're right, Blue Man.
Say, bro.
How's that? Wait a minute. Let me get a bit more zoomed in. Oh, is that better for the t-shirt?
Let's have a look. Which one have you got on today?
Same one.
Oh, powerful. Look at that.
Oh, right.
Do you like the t-shirt, Autismo?
Very nice.
Let me just get it on here as
It's
well.
great, isn't it?
Right,
Would you like to order one? You can order one if you fancy it.
I'll consider it.
Are you
Why does it sound like you're so far away?
DP Designs, eh? So while you were away, I think I asked you if you're okay with Euclidean geometry for using for proofs.
Sure.
Yeah. Are you okay with real life tools?
Yep.
Are you okay with a water level establishing a horizontal plane of reference as a tool, as described in the dictionary?
For the purpose of this, I will be happy with whatever you have to present, Beth.
Now, you know what a water level is.
See your reason.
You know what a water level is, right?
Yeah.
It's just like this. Oh.
Yeah.
I may as well give you the full thing, all right? Right, it's a tube like that.
Yep.
And then these
Very
water
nice.
levels equalise over time, right? To be the same. Now, no, they don't look like they're the same, do they? Look, if I do that. Oh, look.
Oh, look.
They don't look like they're the same at all, do they? It's
That
really
could
weird.
almost show something dropping in the far distance, Bev.
And if you put them back at the same place,
wow,
they look similar, right?
Wow.
Yeah, I got you.
And it doesn't matter where they are. You can put them further apart. You can put them close together. You can put this one here. You can put this one here, here, right? Whoop, whoop, anywhere. That's why they say it's a plane, right? Because it can do all of this. Anywhere. One of them. Once one of them's there, and the other one's there, eventually they will both equal out to find an even altitude, let's say, because it's not elevation. Look, they're up. Ooh, they're up above the floor. So these are called like an even fluid marked by an even altitude. It's fantastic. They call that hydrostatics. Would you agree with that? Autismo, what, like you guys like to think you're a sciencey, right? What would you call that? Science. Do you think you can science it?
Well, I'm happy with everything you said so far. So.
Yeah. Are you?
I'm mostly here to see.
Do you think you can science this?
Science what?
Water level.
Water level.
Yeah.
Yes, but.
I'm glad you said that.
Can I just clarify for something? Just
yeah.
Just a quick one. So you have no problem with anything Bev has said so far, Autismo, yeah? You agree
I mean,
with...
we could be going over old ground with this, but his definition of level, I think, is inadequate. But we'll see.
Well, you need to supply a different definition, one that suits your purposes. Then.
But I'm not the one making Bev's argument.
But you're the one that has a problem with the definition that he has supplied.
Yes, but that would be part of a counter, wouldn't it?
Yeah, but this is a discussion. It's a two-way thing.
Yeah, I know. But as I say, I'm seeing Bev's presentation, and hopefully I will then give one of my own in the future.
Are you happy with that, Bev?
Oh.
He's not willing to give an alternative definition for a word definition that you've supplied that he has a problem with.
Well, he's fine. I mean, they all do, don't they? They don't have another definition of a word. I mean, it's fine. I mean, they're all pretty much the same. I'm just going to have to guess that. Right, so we have a test. Can you hear that?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. So let's not put that on there. Right. Now, this is a water level, and we're going 32 inches is 1 mile for the scale of this particular test on the horizontal, right? And the vertical scale, we're going to do it 1-to-1, realistic scale. Okay? So what we're going to do is we're going to fill this. This is a water level. We're going to imagine some brilliant people are making they're doing a test, right? For science, right? And we're gonna get a water level like we've just established that establishes a horizontal plane of reference. I mean, that's what we say, and the water level equals out, makes an equilibrium of even altitude, because it's not on the floor, it's going to be up from the floor a bit. And this is the tube, 1 mile, represented by 32 inches here, and this is the actual water level to show you what it's like, right? And
Yep.
show you that it's just a tube, right? Not complicated, not hard, not really got no mechanical parts on it. There's no electric buttons. There's no need to calibrate it or get it calibrated unless you're
RC Meister.
RC, was it? Yeah, I think
Yeah,
it was.
yeah.
RC Meister calibrates water levels. Can you imagine how to do that, Autismo?
I suppose I could imagine, but it's not something I do normally.
Imagine to calibrate a water level.
Sure.
You got a good imagination if you can work out how you calibrate it. RC Meister said we had to. These water levels have to be calibrated to the length of pipe. You believe that?
Right. No, I don't. But
yeah. No, he did.
I
He said
suppose
that.
you have to make sure the graduations are the same. That seems.
You
not
have
that
to
hard.
make sure that the graduations are the same. The water just does what it does, doesn't it? And the hydrostatics.
Yes, but you wish to read them off, and they're a long way away, right?
Well, no, the adjustments are just there on the side, but the water level is the water level. It's just the distance from that you're talking about, right?
Yes, but I'm saying that's the only thing you could possibly have to ensure, right?
You don't read them from a long way away either.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they're a long.
You get up
they're a
close
long
and
way
personal
from
to
each
read them.
other, so you have to read off the graduations.
That doesn't make any difference. You're
Yeah,
up
of course
close
it
and
does.
personal with each vial.
Of
You
course,
don't read them from a long way away, do you?
that's not what I. That's certainly not what I meant.
You said you read them from a
Oh,
long
you
way
can
away.
take a literal meaning if you want domestic, but the graduations are what you read off it, right?
Yeah, but not from a long way away, is it?
It's a little man there, and I've put a little man here. Right, you see that? We've got two little men here at the side, and they're looking at them, right? So at all times, these water levels won't move because there's a guy at the other end, right? The water level in these tubes here is unaffected by, and perhaps we could do that as a scientific thing. What do you reckon? Maybe. Right, anyway.
No, I'm not getting where you're going, but...
Well, like, look, see this guy here? Look, if there's only this guy over here...
Yeah.
Then should this one drop 8 inches? It might do. I mean, on certain people, they might think that, so... We could make sure that if you're standing here as well, we'll put this guy back just in case we don't get anybody thinking that there's a... He's keeping an eye on that water level there just to make sure it's not dropping. Right, so this water level establishes a horizontal plane of... Do you like that? I
I call that one the nutsack defense. You always make sure that you've got somebody watching the water level. Then you can be absolutely sure that it doesn't drop 8 inches because only one person's at one end. No drop. They're just equal at both ends. Even altitude. It comes to an equilibrium. You're okay with that? And then what we do is we tap this one in the middle here, and I best make it sure it's actually in the same spot. And I don't think the level's gone. Before the laser. Right, we tap that one in. Get that there for the fussy people. I know. You see that little bit of white there? Make sure that's gone. So they've filled up. Yeah. And they're in the water. The water's filled up. Are you okay with that?
What, them filling up with water?
Yeah, and this one at the half-mile point being on the same horizontal all the way across.
Well, I say we know that the horizontal is the whole contention there, but yes, for the purposes of this proof so far, we'll move forward with that.
Okay, so you're accepting that they're all there, but some people might say it's not a straight line, right?
Oh yeah, and I would be one of them, but
okay.
I just wish to see.
That's fine. That's
what
fine.
you have to say.
That's good. Yeah. So we're saying that some people might not think that this is a straight line. So how do we possibly prove it? How? Is there a way? Yeah, there is. Of course there is. We've got geometry. We've got a tool that establishes a horizontal plane of reference, right? So what we do is we put another water level here and here, here and here. I mean, just for the purposes of this, they're next to each other when we do this test, right? So we fill this water up. We just put these all next to each other at these intervals. So this here would be 16 inches, which is half mile for these red ones. Purple ones are 32, and this is a half distance here. So when we fill this water up here, we get our pump or whatever, and we start filling it up, and we make sure that this end here is the same, right? We fill it up so that this bit is the same, and we also do the same at this end. And because this is a tool that establishes a horizontal plane of reference, the water level will be horizontal all the way across. Right? You with us?
Yeah, I've got you, Stefan.
Right, so it would do this, wouldn't it? And it would... Just talking about in reality, right? So that would be level with that, and this one here, because it's a horizontal again, boom, like that. Well, that was a bit of a slopey one. And it would do that. Right? You with us?
Got you so far.
Right, so now with our understanding and the definitions that we've used just earlier of a water level being a horizontal plane of reference, Redman.
Try, I'll mute him.
It does this at times during the day. Okay, so we've established earlier that a water level, this tool, establishes a horizontal plane of reference, and also with the Euclidean principles, then a point to a point is a straight line. Yeah?
Yeah.
Established. Then we could say that this has a straight line
boom, 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 boom. And this one here, red one, has a straight line. And this purple one here also has a straight line, right? A horizontal. Now, if all of those lines match up at the points when we connect all of those lines and their points, as stated within Euclid, with the proofs, the propositions, right? Two straight lines cannot share a common segment, QED, right? This straight line, if they share the purple straight line, then they are the same straight line. Proof. Level is horizontal. Horizontal is a straight line.
What do you reckon to that? Silence again. And it was back in the old days when I had me fan on projector screen it was, so it sounds awful. Apologies for that. Obviously it can be done again. And this was on the fly. But what do you reckon to that? Obviously I'd had a couple of conversations with it, not a drop. And then this is the defense against the hump. There's obviously no hump, because water can't do that. It's really as well to show that because the red water levels show that the center one is on the same horizontal line. The two shared segments are either side of the purple one. The red ones are just to show that the center one on the purple is on the same horizontal that runs all the way through. There is no hump. For that to be the case, it's like a reductio ad absurdum, right? For them to put a hump in the middle of it, the two red water levels must slope differently, which is impossible. It is Euclid, practical Euclid, to show why you have to have this understanding of what straight lines are and what the tool is, level, horizontal. Even if you put a bit in the middle, doesn't make it raise up. Literally the same straight line all the way through.
Yes, but on their model, it has to be that way. It has to be a hub.
Yeah.
In that situation. And if it is not, it means that we don't live on a globe.
Mm-hmm.
Simple. This is a demonstrative proof.
Absolutely. You can't have two water levels either side of a half mile sloping in different slopes whilst being a tool that establishes a horizontal. It's impossible. Strange that nobody's ever picked this up. And it takes that little the brain processing to work this out. And it's a hard one to work out if you are so clouded by a model. This is impossible to work out if you put a model there. And be careful of the model. Because the model will make you say ridiculous things, as we've seen by a few of the main protagonists within the Globe fanatic club. Anybody else got any comments on it? I mean, we've obviously been over it a fair few times, and this was the basic concept of the original idea. It was my first idea of a proof, and then linking it to obviously Euclid and the propositions, and within Euclid's propositions he has there is a conclusion, and this is the one that says that two straight lines cannot share a common segment, i.e. they're the same, they turn into the same straight line. The moment you share a common segment, it becomes the same straight line. And this is a proof of that. How it cannot be. Obviously, the Realising Euclid tests have progressed. But this is the basic common principles, open to anybody.
Yes, demonstration, and that's why as we went through that, I think this reminder film yesterday, Revan was talking about proof, and that Aristotle used word demonstration, because there are proofs from dialectic, let's say dialectic proofs, but demonstrative proof, it means logic proof, is irrefutable. If it is correct and true, is irrefutable. You cannot reject it. It means that this is bulletproof forever, and you cannot do anything against that. It can be considered as a fact in the logic process, and there is a wording in Latin for that you cannot argue against facts. Contra factum non est argumentum. So if this proof is a fact and someone is trying to argue against it, it means for people like Aristotle that you are insane.
Yeah, I think we went over this. When arguments came under attack by people that obviously wanted to get rid of arguments to play sophistry, there was only a few things that remained, mainly geometry. Irrefutable. You cannot get past it. There are others, but geometry, you would be silly to argue against geometry because of what Papers just said. You would literally be classed as insane to argue against irrefutable proofs. But that's the state that we're in nowadays. Right, let's see where we go from here.
Okay.
Do you like that?
I believe. Have you come to the end of the proof?
Proof 1, yes, geometric proof.
Okay.
Number 1. I think that's probably the most simplest and basic proof. It's proposition 11, I think, if you want to have a look at it within Euclid. Okay. Actual proofs, right?
Okay.
So is that definition of level accepted now then?
No, but
he's just giving you a practical demonstration of the proof.
That's a proof, yeah, geometric proof. Do you deny that is a geometric proof?
No, it is a geometric proof, but of course it is.
Right. Okay, it's a geometric proof. Lovely.
It is slightly flawed with how it's being done, but it's okay. I do like.
Go on, slightly.
Go on, give us the.
I like the argument.
Give us the bit that's
how's it
slightly
flawed?
wrong. Straight lines, not sharing a common segment. I mean, that's nearly word for word what Euclid says for the proof
fine,
within that one.
It always comes back down to that definition of level, but it's okay.
No, that was a proof that level is horizontal, right? It wasn't a definition. That was a proof. We did the definitions earlier. You didn't agree with the definitions, but you've had to go along with the proof because horizontal and level are the same thing. I've just explained to you how you use a level tool to establish a horizontal, and I've given you it and matched it up with the geometric proof.
Yes, but it's a case of the fact that the water levels determine level, and then using the definition that you have.
There's no slope, is there?
You use that so that the water level can establish a horizontal.
Yeah, let's say there's definitely no slope at one end or the other.
Yes, but as I say,
so the only bone of contention you can have is in the centre with the hump, the Kozlowski-Bislin hump, right? That's the only bone of contention, because you're not going to say there's a slope from one end to the other, because they have to be even altitude, the same. So the only thing we have to prove really to get level that you have that says level isn't horizontal, but I mean you don't seem to know why. And I've proved it's a straight line. There's no hump in the middle. So the only thing you've got left is a slope. And surely you're not going to argue for a water level slope, are you? Or do you want to argue and try and put a curve in that straight line, the horizontal? Do you want to have a go at bendizontaling for us?
Well, as I said before, you the part of the proof where you have the shared line segment, this is fine, but you go back to the definition for which I had initially said that I had some concerns with. That part is where you're using then the level.
What definition are you using?
In this case, where you're using the water level.
Yeah, establishing an even
to establish this
altitude.
Horizontal plane stems from that definition you presented in the first place.
No. I showed you at the beginning a water level establishes an even altitude, right? Equal, even altitude. You didn't disagree with that. So therefore, using Euclidean principles, you can use one end as a point and the other end as a point and draw a straight line in between them. Call that a horizontal plane of reference. In fact, if you add a third one, a third point, like we did in the middle, that's how you describe a plane within mathematics, is 3 points within that plane. That's a horizontal plane. Do you want me to get you that? We've got it on the website. Let me just get that, and I'll. In the evidence room it is on the level. .live. Here it is. Oh, come on. Copy. Were you in the debate discussion? Paste, there you go. See that? That's the definition of a plane. And at the bottom it says you can name a plane by either a single capital letter or by at least 3 of its non-collinear points. Well, that's what a water level did when we added that centre bit. There's 3 points, isn't there? There's one at each end and one in the middle. That makes it 3. That makes it a plane. And if you look at it, it even says horizontal plane. Are you okay with that?
Well, I've already said some things that I was.
What have you said that isn't? Though?
In terms of your test, how is it going? Because Are you actually doing it to this scale, 2 miles?
Which scale?
You're actually going to do this test with 2 miles in terms of you've got 2 miles of
pipe.
Pipe.
Yeah.
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 Well, I suppose actually you've got about 4 because you've got the.
No, we've got 2 miles.
Inner
One
parts
goes
too.
1 mile, and then we've got 2 half miles. Right?
I thought it was 2 miles the full length, and then you've got these 2 inner ones as well.
Oh.
So they've got to travel a mile.
No, it's just 1 mile, right? You don't need to do 2 miles, do we? 1
Oh,
mile's
the whole
enough.
thing is only a mile, as in the 3. It's a mile long pipe, and then okay.
Yeah.
I mean, that's still 2 miles of pipe.
We're still trying to work out how to get some science in this. Any idea? You said it could be science, so would you class that as science? Because I wouldn't. That what I've just give you, I would say that's purely geometrical, right? As in, like the true sense of geometry, right? Earth measurement, measuring the Earth. So using the water level to establish a horizontal. Yeah.
I suppose. Well. Yeah, I mean, it falls into Earth sciences, so.
Water
okay,
level.
I suppose with
So
that.
anybody like brickies and all of that using a level, Earth scientists. Wow, nice.
Scientists, brickies.
Yeah.
Spot on will be well chuffed with that.
That's empowering. Empowering to the
not
people. I
a
like
first
it.
line between you two. I've not said a single thing about brickies, but.
Well, they use
I think
levels
it's an
all the time.
interesting argument.
They use, yeah.
I think it's quite interesting.
Especially can be water levels as well.
Yeah,
I've used the water
they
level
use plumb
before.
bobs more as well. They definitely use plumb bobs more than
Bricky scientists.
most of them.
Like
yeah.
it.
Surveyors as well. I mean, surveyors, but surveyors use the horizontal anyway, don't they? Oh, this has been very productive, Autismail. Thank you very much for coming. Science, any ideas how we can science it? Because we've been thinking about some things, but they're only thoughts. Any idea you would like to get involved in it? You give us a hand with the science
I will
in it.
I will let you guys handle your own test.
Oh, okay. You don't want to give us any hints or tips or anything from your men of science over there? You come from Gem Pandas, did you? Is that where you're from?
It's where I've been hanging around recently.
Where you frequent?
But yeah.
Okay.
I mean, where do you actually get a mile-long piece of pipe? I mean, that is.
I don't know. That's a good question.
It's a really good question,
Yeah.
isn't it?
Yeah.
There are many, many places you can get a mile-long piece of pipe.
Yeah.
Very nice.
You can connect smaller bits of pipe together as well, can't you?
Oh,
You
do
ever heard of
I
that?
never thought of that, Bev.
Yeah.
I never thought of that.
Yeah.
Just-
Brilliant.
Where do you think you can get smaller bits of pipe from?
Well, I've got one in my back garden. I've bought a 100 meter pipe. Autism, what do you reckon about that?
I reckon you're going to need more.
Oh, well, yeah.
Yeah.
100
meters isn't quite a mile.
Do you reckon you could get 16? If you had like 16 100 meter pipes, right? And rather than joining them together, I mean, why would you want to do that? Why don't you just put 16 water levels next to each other all the way along? Do you reckon to that, Autismo? Does that sound like something that you guys would like to be getting on?
I reckon you'd need 32 of them, right? But
No, this is a completely different test, right? There's a guy, a troll on Twitter. You might have met him, DP. He's doing this test. He's got his brother's gone missing.
Bless him.
Yeah, so he's doing this
the
test.
leaky plumbers.
Yeah. He's doing this. He's doing a test where he gets 16 100-meter water levels and stacks them next to each other, one after the other, and he gets all of the, like we were getting the water level together. Well, he's going to do that, and he's going to go 1600 meters, which is like, well, it's nearly a mile, because a mile's 1609. 344 millimeters.
You would have thought he got an extra 9 meters, wouldn't you?
Well, he's going to have the hump and the little curve, so he's going to end up losing, I don't know, maybe 10, 20 meters or something by the end. Depends how he does it anyway. But yeah. So what do you reckon? I reckon he's going to end up with loads, just a level, because he's going to add loads of straight lines together, isn't he? Autisimo. Loads of horizontals together, so he'll just end up with a big horizontal line. Like he could just connect them all together. I wonder whether he'd do that, to see whether it actually... But yeah, he's got 16 100-meter water levels. So... I think you all paid for it a few years ago. You bought him a camera and everything, all that equipment.
Okay. Right.
He's just a troll on Twitter now, though. How the mighty have fallen.
There's a good sponsorship, though. Good sponsorship, baby. Where's the merch well? Yeah. Where's the merch well?
So, can you give us any pointers and tips for science? For the sake of science.
Well, I was just about to ask him if there's anywhere that he feels that the test might fall down or might come up short. Because, input is a good thing, Autisimo. We would like some input just to make sure that we're covering all the bases that you feel that we should cover.
Even if it's just a change in the definition of something at the beginning. I'm not so sure how the change in the definitions would alter the presentation that I just gave you.
Well, that's because you use water levels to establish
straight line. Yeah.
So
no, I just said even altitude. They equaled out, and then I used the geometry to draw a line between 2 points. I mean, do you not go along with the water level being unequal? You go with the slope.
The line between 2 points is straight, but of course you need it to go through all three.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, which is what I proved with the straight lines being the same.
And there's no line of sight being done on this either.
You can see it. Look, that guy was stood there all along. I put them in right at the beginning. I should have put another guy here as well.
So I don't line of sight from one end to the other, is it?
I think I'll be able to see you at the other end of the water level.
There you go. I've added a guy in at the middle just in case you wanted us to keep an eye on that. We could have like live cameras on them all constantly. Then you could, and we could live stream it to Discord.
Yeah.
So you like all of the production. Like all of the different screens. You could have all of them on at the same time, and you could see all of them at the same time. It'd be brilliant. You wouldn't need to zoom in and camera and do any of that. Just actually look at them.
For some input, and that would be a very nice piece of input. But
what line of sight from one end to the other? Is that your input, Autismo?
Yep, you should have a line of sight in here.
Line of sight from one end to the other.
At the very least, that should be added.
Yeah, well, this is a water level test, and it says within the water level that you don't need a sight line. That's the beauty of it. It goes around corners and does all sorts of stuff. On site when we were talking about the brickies and all of that earlier. That's when we were talking about it, because you can't see through houses sometimes.
You really wanted to.
In fact, ever you can't really see through houses ever. So when you want to establish a level and there's something in the way, you don't need a line of sight because the water level establishes an equal
It establishes a level, correct?
Yeah, equalizes,
Yes.
doesn't it?
So thank
A
you for your
fluid.
presentation, Ben.
Yeah, good.
It has been slightly enlightening to what you're doing.
Okay. Do you reckon that'll have sorted it out for everybody, or do you reckon people will still ask me for some proofs? How many people do you reckon won't like that as a proof?
I do think a lot of people are going to say it's what you said before. It is actually slightly different to before, then.
It's no different than it was before. The water level doesn't ever change. It never has changed. It's always been a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference.
I mean, you seem to ask questions, but you don't really have the patience for any answer.
Is that the first time I've ever mentioned about the actual Euclidean proof?
It just not the first.
Was it a surprise, like a whoo, Euclid?
You have mentioned last time you were
number 11. Let me just check just to make sure. Okay. He's just going to go over the other bit again. So that was basically a Euclidean proof of a shared straight line segment. I mean, you can see the complications that you have to occur for it to be anything other than a straight line. You have to go against scientific proof of the hydrostatics of what actual water levels do. You have to then also deny the geometric principles that are behind the functioning of a water level, and that being the 2 points at either end. And then obviously the visual proof of it, if you imagine this thing as a test that could be done, you have to then say at what scale could you do it? How big could you make these water levels? I mean, you could do it a scale of a meter and show how they would work, and the water levels would be equal. But then you could say, well, how long can you make those tubes in between? And would there be any difference in what those water levels are showing? I'd say no. I would say it's unscalable. It's a straight line. Doesn't matter how long you make them, but there are people out there that have a model that dictates something different than that. Now, I can't imagine what it could be other than what it obviously is already. Literally have to deny that basic thing.
And by the way, they are killing their own way to argue, because if they are introducing refraction, this new refraction, which doesn't exist, but it is in their argument, this refraction. So in taking into consideration this refraction, they only can prove that this line is straight, because if you are going to cite this water level or laser or whatever else, you will see straight anyway. So they cannot even argue with visuals, because they killed this argument with refraction. So I think they are helpless. They cannot do anything.
Yeah, I think I heard his brain freeze a couple of times in there. I think he hit aporia. When faced with something so obvious, how do you deny it? And that's the problem that most people are in once they see this. They truly struggle.
They cannot deny it, only saying nah, but this is not logical denial, like counter argument or whatever. so they cannot counter it. Absolutely.
Well, there is somebody in the chat that is saying it will be a curve, which would make the two half ones slope in opposite directions. It's impossible. But yet they do, dictated to by a model.
And I will say that I think that was really good to go over, just to see the bridge of asses in action. And every time there was a long pause on his part, he was reaching aporia, like you said. It was the bridge of asses. He sat there and didn't really have an argument, but at the same time wouldn't offer up what he had a problem with. What did he say? Your definition of level he didn't think was adequate. Wasn't that it?
Yeah. Well, what did you think of the actual proof? You know, the way I laid it out to show how important the definition was, and then find some way to be able to link mentally the idea that the level tool does establish a horizontal, a straight.
Yeah, I thought it was good. Again, I think the proof was in his aporia. That was the proof. There was no way that he could argue from any authority against what you were saying. Like I said, the only thing he said he had a problem with was the definition of level was, what did he say again? Quote, not sufficient enough.
Yeah.
Whatever that means, right? The only thing I wish is that you would have maybe gone back to that definition and taken him through it word for word. Say what is insufficient here for you.
Well, they're always running, right? Ever since me showing Gary that Autisimo, he's a regular over at Gem Pandas. He obviously went back there and said, "Look, guys, we've got a problem. Right? There's this thing out there that's really fucking obvious to anyone that we can't even talk about. We can't even engage in that conversation."
Yeah, it's paralyzing.
Ever since that point, that time, over 1.5 years ago, you can see the plan of action that has been put into play by a group of people to not talk about this basic, simple fact that's known by every working person ever. And this small group of people, right? Believe me, the people that we talk to is a tiny little group that seem to have got it in their heads, everybody else's heads that they're talking to, that they actually have some sort of an argument against a basic truth. They don't. There's no argument there. There's literally nothing there.
Nope.
Just a denial of basic facts. Now, like I said at the beginning, I came at this from reality. Just a normal person that happened to not have a model. Not knowing why I was different than everybody else, because I was just living with everybody else, having my life, right? But at some point, somebody said something to me that made me question myself. How do you find a proof of something that you know to be true? These people brought me into this arena. They invited me in with their ridiculousness. And I don't know how many other people there are, but I mean, I met Emma straight away. Emma's got the same sort of idea. We're just trying to work out what the fuck's going on with people. Why are people acting like this? And that's why I think there's a lot of other people. Once you ask a question, if you get a very strange response, how do you deal with that? Do you question yourself? Do these people with their strange responses make you question your reality of something that you know? Because there are a lot of people that have told me that I'm lying about this. But it's a basic truth. I mean, how can I be lying about level being horizontal? Because all the dictionaries do it too. They must be lying. All of the architects, all of the surveyors, all of everybody that ever works with anything will tell you the same thing. And they're not lying. The only people that seem to be lying are the ones that are gaslighting an obvious truth with no argument whatsoever. They know who they are. They're the ones that can't come with an argument.
Yeah. What is it, like a few hundred people at most on,
Well, I think it's less. And there might be loads of sock accounts, but I mean, there's not many. We've talked to most of them. And they don't want to come and talk to us anymore. And that's okay. I'm fine with that. I'm happy. But that's not going to change the obvious truth that we definitely have arguments. We definitely have proofs. That was titled Bev's Proof Level is Horizontal number 1. And it was a very basic one for me to do on the fly. Now, I could do these sort of things much better, but I mean, watching a video won't help anybody, because these proof things are an active mind proposition, and I'm not too sure whether I could do full justice to a video about this sort of thing. But hopefully, with the help of everybody here, I think we can build upon the principles that are laid out in that one and formulate a very clear, concise argument laid out well enough. But the question I would ask everybody else is, does it need that back and forth to show how awkward some people can be? Because if it given just as a straightforward thing, it would be like a child sort of thing, really.
Yeah. I personally, I don't think so. I mean, it was interesting to see the back and forth, but for me, I think it's I think it makes it more unclear whether or not this is as simple as it seems, right? When you see someone like him struggling just to admit that a water level is a tool to establish a horizontal plane of reference, or that level is horizontal, when, as we've talked about many times, go out and ask anyone, hold a level up on a, your front garden somewhere. Like, I've got some bricks in the front that segment off my bushes in the front of my house. I could sit out there with a level, like I'm trying to level something. If someone walks by, I could say, "Is this look horizontal to you? Is that horizontal?" Everyone, I dare say 100% of people, unless they don't know what horizontal is, right? The word would say, "Of course it's horizontal. Of course it's horizontal. Why are you even asking me that?"
Yeah.
Right. So to watch that guy struggle with that, to me, says anybody coming into this would go, "Well, wait a minute. Should I be struggling with that? Why isn't he just automatically saying, well, yeah, of course?"
Yeah.
Because that's what I would say. So maybe there is something wrong with me. I think that's what it does. When you're engaging with these people that they're going to be stuck on the bridge of asses, I think other people that come along with you potentially could look at the guy stuck on the bridge of asses and go, should I be stuck on this bridge? Why is that guy stuck on this bridge? Is there a monster at the other end of the bridge? Maybe I don't want to go over there. Why? Because this guy is just like stuck here. Maybe there's something dangerous that I don't want to go over to. That's my has been my problem from the get-go with these very few people in this little corner of the internet that have a problem with these basic truths and axioms. The whole time we went, do you remember we went over several times with Brenda and I think Rumpus and a few other people about the 12th axiom, or they call it the fifth postulate.
Oh yeah.
It's so simple.
Yeah.
So simple. I mean, you say, yeah, there's, more words in this. It seems complicated, doesn't it? Well, yeah, if you're looking at against, or you're referencing against a straight line is, the definition of a straight line being a line, what is it? A straight line that lies evenly between 2 points.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So the 12th axiom definitely has more words in it, but the concept is so simple. It's absurd.
Yeah. And using the trivium with the grammar and all of that, we've actually been over the 12th, the triangle axiom, as we call it. And there isn't any more of a simple way to explain it. I don't think.
Definitely.
I think it's perfect as is.
Absolutely. It's very clear, but to watch people struggle with that, you go, it can give a person pause to go, well, why are they struggling so much? Maybe I should be struggling. Why do I see that this is so easy? And that's the problem I have with engaging with these folks and this, like the situation you had with them. So you asked the question, is it worth going through this with another person, or just displaying it out there, just showing it out there? This is what it is. No, I think just showing it is the way to go. That's my opinion.
Yeah. But I'm completely with you now, right? This was done over a year and a half ago within, call it my experimentation of talking to people and all of that. That just basically goes to show how somebody, because he's the only person, I offered this up, and I've offered it up God knows how many times, right? Loads of times to anybody. If you want to hear it or you want to come over, we've got loads of stuff. Even Kevin's been, we've been talking today and over the last few days about stuff that we have done that, even people don't realize what sort of stuff we have. And I'd be glad to go over it with some new person, because there's always something new that can be learned through every demonstration or meeting with people to try and understand how things go and how best to present these proofs. So, yeah, I mean, he came over. Obviously, he's the only person that came over, and he came over to hide it, really. He went back to Gem Pandas and obviously said to the headquarters, look, guys, anybody mentions level and horizontal and geometry, shut them down. Get them out of the conversation. Change the conversation to something else. And that's what happened.
Yeah. Well, I've got a question for you. You said this was the first time you had presented this proof conceptually?
It laid out as definition and tried to link the two together, and like formulated and put it all together as an idea to give a proof, right? To me, that was a fully formulated proof.
Yeah. Well, I think, again, I think you handled his trepidation really well. But what did you think? What were you thinking about the long pauses, or did you not even think about it? What did you?
I knew exactly. Reaction? Yeah, I knew exactly who he was, why he came over here, and what he was doing. But to me, I just wanted to see how well I could get it out, and also dealing with a stubborn child that doesn't want to hear it.
Yeah.
So that's why I put extra bits in there, just to make sure that pointed it out to him.
Yeah, I got you. So you weren't really paying much attention, if at all, to his reaction to things. You kind of expected that.
Well,
to happen.
don't forget that he switched his camera on at the beginning. You can't forget about that, right? So to me, he'd come in asking for some sort of proof, wanting to rubbish it and hoping that he could rubbish it at the definition stage and get out of there. But in his frustration about him coming over here, he clicked the camera button and actually showed a picture of somebody. Now, I saw that picture of somebody not opening his mouth like Gary was. So I knew it was a camera of somebody else. So my head's whirring. Why would he possibly click the camera? I can understand him being nervous and him wanting to help, other people. Wanting to tell them that, there's a proof here or something. I'm going to do this thing with Bev. And him wanting to do that. So I knew that somewhere in the background there is another group of people that were listening to him.
Mm-hmm.
So I literally just wanted to attempt myself to demonstrate some sort of a proof. And ever since then, 270 views. Because nobody's watched it. Nobody's interested in it because it's too damaging. Not to the argument or anything, but it's too damaging to the model that people have created within their own minds. And once this particular geometric link is made within the mind, there are only two real outcomes. You either drop the model or you end up going mad trying to fit this geometric principles onto a model that it's just impossible to do.
Yep.
So, yeah, I mean, I've known that for quite a while. And to me, this is, it's not something you want to give out to a lot of people. So I'm glad that there aren't loads of people, because the amount of time that you have to put into getting here in the first place, this isn't for everyone. And it's good that most people, most people in reality are so consumed with their daily lives that they need not concern themselves about this at all. They're just living like everybody is, living in reality. Whereas those of us that have been brought into this, and I say that because it was trolls that brought me in. It's probably questions that have brought a lot of other people in. But on the globe side, it's flat earthers that bring them in. Because somebody's asked them a question that they can't answer. And this is the place where they come looking for answers. Now, obviously, when you go to places like the globe, they're unable to give you any proofs or anything. They can't bolster the globe model that you have because it's not real. Everybody's got a different one. They can't even talk amongst themselves about their models. The only place these globe fanatics can actually talk about their model is to supposed flat earthers, where they ridicule them because they don't accept the model that they've already accepted themselves. The dogma. Here's the words of the shadow giants. Accept them or I will ridicule you. That's all they have. That's what brought me in. Don't know whether it'd be different for other people. I would imagine it has to be different for other people. Most people have to try and shed the model that's been put there. And I don't think you can. I don't think you can actually get rid of those childhood things that have been locked in. Well, I don't know. Saying that, there must be a way to get rid of them, to expel them.
I mean, it was surprisingly easy for me to let it go, but
yeah,
it's still in the mind. Just like, if I said, pink elephant with purple polka dots, once I've said that and it's in your mind, that's what you'll see.
Yeah, but it's in a circus standing on a little thing, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Doing tricks, juggling.
Exactly. Yeah. So, I mean, it's still going to be there because, it's been implanted. The model's been implanted, but letting it go was surprisingly easy. I can't explain why. Other people in here can give their, kind of testimony as to how easy or difficult it was to let that go. But yeah, for some people, it's impossible. To the point where they'll say stupid shit.
Yeah. We've got Blue Marble in the Discord again. He's keen, isn't he?
Blue is a regular. Shout out Blue Marble Science.
He may be lonely.
Yeah. Yeah, this is one of those things that I think once this geometric logical argument hits you and you find that you have no argument or no rebuttal to an argument, I think they become jealous. Because they've been in this for years. I don't know how long Blue Marble's been in it. But to realise that you don't actually have a proof or anything to sustain any of your arguments, because you find out you have no arguments even. There's literally nothing there. What do you do? How do you get around? Like, I've got Brad, the science guy. He's done this one. He did this one quite a bit ago.
That's a good one, that one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So what we have here is one of those little code things. See, he's got this horizontal, and 8 inches, and he's got them sloping. Obviously, he's got just the middle two of what we've got, sloping opposites in opposite ways. But that's what Brad actually thinks, and that's how Brad works this out in his head. He literally thinks that's possible, that a water level can slope in opposite directions depending on where it is.
It's incredible. Just the thought of that.
Yeah. This is a tool that establishes an even, and he imagines this is what it means as being even. I think mostly is this bit here. There's this vertical like a testicle. Not the actual vertical. This is the other vertical. The one that isn't vertical.
Non-parallel verticals.
Yeah, the vertical like a testicle with a LE at the end. Like a testicle. Yeah. No, a vertical. A vertical that isn't vertical. This is a globe vertical. Vertical like a testicle, if you want to know the difference between the two.
Crazy stuff.
They have their own horizontal when he's talking about the water level. It's fantastic. Horizontals intersecting, another one of the globe counters to this. It's like when they have the conundrum, the twin tangent conundrum set by F.E. Dogma. And well, this is the water level conundrum. You've got to imagine how a water level works on a globe model. And you really struggle. It gets into your head. And if you've got a model, don't attempt this geometry thing. Just leave it alone. It'll send you mad like Blue Marble Science. Brad the Science Guy. It'll have you typing strange things in Discord chat or maybe in YouTube chat to counter basic known facts that people are talking about for known tools. In reality, I mean, how do you deny geometric proofs? I guess if you've got a model and no argument, you've actually got nothing.
It's quite scary because usually it's the ballers that are confused, but lately I've been hearing some flat earthers, I won't mention any names, that are model afflicted as well. I think Rakia knows what I'm talking about. It's quite scary. Some people, let me put it this way, some people are able to put their minds of how ballers think and make an argument on that.
Yeah, that's the dangerous part of this. This is why we originally started off with the Penrose, developed it to the nutsack, and then once you take a step over the nutsack, you're in Chike territory then. Full on crazy land. There's no coming back from that sort of stuff. It's when you allow these globe to overtake a known reality, and you can make that logical shift that a water level, for one, could be a tool that slopes, but not only does it slopes in opposite directions. About a center point. People like Blue Marble do that because somebody they've imagined, somebody's told them that's actually measurable.
But wait a second, center point of what? If you have two water levels as what was depicted in so where is the center of what? Two separate
it's
water
an
levels.
imagining of a middle point in the middle of the two when you add them together. To I say it, you have to lose your mind. Really, there's nothing that makes sense once you start into a conversation with this particular group of people. It won't take long before you either become frustrated with them, or you just end up confused at what it is they're trying to say.
If somebody can't understand water flow, and there has to be like a deviation from level to make that water flow. If they can't understand that basic fact, I mean, what else is there to? It's over.
Yeah, a horizontal plane is very easy to describe. It has no slope in any direction. It's completely level all the way across.
Yeah. Just listening to them when we talk to them about, a canal with locks on either end, just listening to them, how they have to say the water goes down and makes a hump, and their minds are all messed up.
Yeah. Well, actually, you see, you have this argument, like Autismo explained there, Gary, that they can't look at, right? And they can't rebut. So they divert their eyes away from it. So if Globe can't look at it, then, like you say, who's going to have the argument? Well, you need a flat earther to imagine what the Globe should be saying about their model that they can't say themselves because it's crazy. But then you'll get other people that will imagine it for them. So now the Globe doesn't even have to make the argument because other people are telling them what they should imagine, but they can't even imagine it themselves. So then they think now it's the flat earthers that are saying the stupid shit. It's all crazy when you look at this from, a psychological point of view. The argument is wrapped up in itself because nobody can discuss it. Well, I say nobody can discuss it. We do, quite often. But the discussions that we've had are mainly discussions about how people can't accept, like you were saying earlier, Kevin, right? They can't accept it, and so you're always like speaking to a petulant child that can't accept whatever it is you're talking about. So that will change, because like we said, there's no point. If these are adults that are acting like petulant children, and it's holding back a very it's gaslighting, basically. It's gaslighting other adults within a confined group, and this is very confined. Don't think that this has got anything to do with reality at all. A conversation with people in reality goes completely different than a conversation with Brenda or Rumpus or any one of these people that ends up calling you a liar because they have no argument.
Yeah, that's just a waste of your air, your breath, Yeah.
But at times like this now, these are the times where, this is what I've been practicing for, really. I've been training myself to be, to come from this position now. And this is a position that I've always really been in. I just needed to learn the rhetoric and stuff, the logical method, the grammar to give the basis of everything. That's what we're going to be going for now, and actually building upon all of these things. So, yes, we do have proofs. Yes, we can support all of these things. There are going to be many more coming from this, because as we are a group within the Trivium, and we are all studying this sort of thing, formulating these sort of arguments and these proofs will become more and more natural to everybody within this Discord server, right? Hopefully we can expand and we can show people, we can get into debates and stuff like that. But I'd say we are definitely done with the group of people that cannot accept basic definitions of when we start talking about the identity, where we start formulating and laying out an argument. If they can't accept the words that we're using, and then they turn it round and say we're the ones that are using semantics and just definitions, and you can't base things on definitions. The plain truth is that we don't base things on definitions, but you need to lay out the definition first for you to be able to prove that. You have to get the identity of the thing that you're talking about, that you want to prove, in your initial statement.
Definitely. Grammar is the first thing, right? It is the coming to the terms. That is the first part of the trivium. That is what you need to do before you move to the logic. And then you put those things together in a logical form, and then you can use rhetoric in order to present that to other people. So it isn't, you're right, it is not just the definitions are just the first step. You demonstrated that, I think, quite well in the video that you went over.
That was what I was hoping to try and get of. But I mean, as you've probably heard, for the 1.5 years, they've been saying that we base everything on a definition. Well, that's just blatant lie. And they know we don't. They know that we have proof. They've seen it. Gary said he's going to come back with his rebuttal. But, I mean, what is the rebuttal? He's got a problem with the definition that we proved to be a true definition. I mean, that's why things are defined the way they are. Because through grammar, they literally are that. You don't give things contradictory definitions to what they are. It doesn't make sense. It's not logical.
And like horizontal being level is, as I said, a posteriori, because both names, horizon and level, are from reality, physical reality. They are not concepts. First concepts and then realized in reality. No, this was taken from reality, and that's why horizontal is from horizon and level is from doing level or leveling something. So this is all in reality. So this definition is a posteriori, and if they are trying, for example, to change definition of level to be as conforming to curvature of the earth, supposedly, they cannot back up it with any experience or visual, whatever. It only conforms to model. Normal definition conforms to visible reality, and this curving level is not conforming to visual reality, only to this speculative model, unproven, of course. So this second definition of level being curved is just a fantasy definition. Like you can define, for example, something in a book, science fiction book, and you can define something in science fiction book, of course. But this is just for fun. This is not science, real science. So definition of level and horizontal is from real life, and conforming to curvature is not from real life. It's just fantastic definition. So-called definition, because this is not real definition.
Yeah, I think I said to him, I said in there somewhere, I said, how do you know what horizontal is? Like, where does that understanding come from? Forget about the word, forget about how it's wrote. It mentally, what is it that it gives you an understanding of what that word means? Where does it come from? I mean, yes, it comes from horizon, but what is it that gives you that horizon? The actual understanding of horizontal? I would say water. Because it's a horizontal is in reality. You could draw a straight line on a piece of paper, but you could tilt it and turn it. That doesn't give you an understanding of what horizontal is. The horizontal has to have a mental link to reality. And the water would give you that. As in a plane, not tilting in any direction. Left to right, up, down, forwards, backwards, doesn't matter. No tilt, no slope. Very understanding of the word horizontal comes from what water does at rest. And then you can apply that to mathematics and all of that. So I give you the idea that Euclidean geometry is based around the fundamentals of, in reality, the horizontal, the level, and the vertical, the plumb. These tools that are, in reality, are directly related to the perpendicular within geometry. Geometry doesn't come from something that somebody's made up. Geometry literally comes from earth measurement, like in reality, the land. And you know what the horizontal and vertical and those two straight lines, perpendicular, right angle, all of that, it comes directly from reality. The water, that is literally what gives you the understanding of level. And there is a group of people that don't like it. So sorry. Turn off. Do literally. I don't want to be making people go mad. So if you've got a model and you don't want to lose it, don't come round here. You'll end up like Blue Marble. All of these people that end up obsessed with something that they don't even know what it is they're obsessed about. Because they can't identify anything. They can't identify a problem. They can't identify an argument. They can't identify a proof. They can't identify themselves, their own claim, their own point that they want to try and make. So what do you reckon to that? I need to go to the toilet, so is anybody all right having a chat? Or do you want us to put a Buster song on or something? I need to go. Listen to Buster. Wisdom.
It is probably the single most important mathematical idea of all. The notion of proof by circle and line or ruler and compass construction means that geometry can be known about in a way that is different from knowing about physical things, and so makes geometry epistemically differentiated. Furthermore, starting from circles and lines alone and constructing a relationship using circles and lines alone makes the conclusions certain in a way that nothing else was at the time. In geometric reasoning, the argument and the conclusions were made supremely clear and evident to the senses. Indeed, the concept of proof, a mechanism that gave a warrant for claiming geometry to be perfectly and absolutely true, made geometry the very paradigm of what we mean true and certain knowledge to be. In effect, in our understanding of nature, true means true like geometry is true.
Come go with me. Open your mind. Was all I ever knew. Finding the knowledge of the real world starts with the point of which has no parts. These are the axioms of life.
True.
And I'll take my chances with the old ways, finding the proofs in geometry.
Perfect.
And I don't care what all the sophists say. I'll find the proofs
We call this
in reality. They were right.
We call this
We know that they were right.
True. We call this proof. Like geometry is true.
starting with circles and lines alone, constructing the nature of what's known.
We call this
conclusions are clear and the evidence seen. This 3D space works perfectly, and I'll take my chances with the old ways, finding the proofs in geometry. And I don't care what all the sophists say, I'll find the proofs in reality.
Geometry is true. Perfect. Absolutely.
And all around you is sinking sand. You'll have a place on which to stand. Foundations were already built for you. Absolutely. Open your mind, and I'll take my chances with the older ways, hearing the words of what the ancients said. They say my words sound like sorcery, but there's wisdom in all honesty.
True.
Come go with me, open your mind. Come go with me, we'll find the truth.
True.
And we're back. Ooh, right. Okie dokie. What do you reckon to that? Is that a Euclid sort of? That was the first time I ever linked Euclid into a proof for these guys. The link has always been there for me. It's always been clear as anything. The link between reality, obviously, and geometry. If, by any chance, a water level had have been a curve, then that would have been depicted within the geometry. They wouldn't have tried to simplify it to a straight line if it were not possible to make it a straight line. Just that literally doesn't make any sense to me, that how somebody can deny the link from reality to geometry. Like I say, I think that is how madness is derived, right? Because you are making that link that isn't there. You're saying that the geometric proofs can't possibly be geometric proofs because they didn't know that level was actually a big circle or sphere-shaped. Horizontal to them is a sphere-shaped deity that they worship.
Even if they were defining that as a circle, it would be only speculative, and it would be just speculative thinking, like Archimedes proofs or whatever. But these names, level and horizon, are from reality. So and geometry is from reality. So I think if it were was any semblance to reality in that curvature of the lever, it would be added, and it would be mentioned in geometry. I think. I'm not sure, but that's my take on it.
It would have to be, wouldn't it? I mean, those people that were making that, why make geometry Earth measure if the Earth wasn't straight? You know, like, why use straight?
Yes, why use triangles, Pythagorean theorem, and these angles and proportions between angles and straight lines? It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah,
Yeah, it cannot make any sense from the globe side. But that's the danger, right? The moment you allow your mind to accept these things that cannot make any sense, literally nonsense, when you take over, where your brain takes over that nonsense, that's dangerous. That's where madness steps in. And I think there's a few people that have already reached there. They've been there. That's where they live now.
Yes, judging their behavior, yes, some of them are really insane.
Yeah, literally gone down the rabbit hole. Never to return again. Living with the Mad Hatter. With Alice in Wonderland. Making stuff up. As needed. At the time of needing. And they're not very quick at doing it. It's dead easy to spot it. We were talking... we've been talking today all day about this sort of thing. In order... Going over from Raven's words last night. This is the ultimate bullshit detector. And the way you do that is with the Helenkus. Asking questions. Freely ready to answer questions and even give proofs and try and demonstrate proofs. That proof is just one of many. Because in reality, these things that can have proofs can have many proofs, because that's what happens when you have a truth. There's many ways to get there, not only one. So it's up for grabs now. Actual literal proofs. I'm hoping to see loads more of these things, because this is not what normally happens. Is we start saying things and people come back the next day with, hey, I've thought of this. And that leads to more. Yeah, brilliant. And it goes on and on and on. It never stops. Not deriving from somebody telling you, well, you can't do that because that's not allowed on your model. So you can't even think that. Don't even question that, because that'll make you a flat earther if you start questioning that. It's all of that stuff for me has ended. All of those arguments, well, like I say, a non-argument, nargument with an at the beginning. They're just not arguments, but if you can be led by emotions into it, if you can be triggered, you can then be drawn into the non-argument and turn it into arguing, which I think is different nowadays, and often confused, where people just shout at other people.
Yes,
Not arguing.
This is not discussion, because discussion is arguing, of course. But arguing, as the same, the very word says, arguing is about argumentation.
Yeah.
So this is just word meaning. It turns into meaningless word in that shouting and quarrel or whatever. But this is not argumentation. So
yeah, that's where they've played with it. Modern wordplay has got everybody to believe that arguing is just shouting at each other. It's not. That's literally just shouting at each other. No purpose, no gain, just negative. And that's not what an argument is. An argument should be, right? An argument should be a way to derive a truth. and the discussion surrounding it should always be striving to go forward to find that truth. Would you agree, Paper, with that one? I quite like that.
Yes, find truth. Yes, because in discussion, you can, if you have your arguments and opponent has his own arguments, you can verify how solid your arguments are or your argumentation is, and you can learn from this. Even if you lose debate, for example, you can learn from this how to make better argument, more solid or even irrefutable argument. So yes, argumentation, even if it is not good argument, but can be presented in debate, and of course it may be a lose for debater, but in a longer way it would be a profit, benefit.
Yeah,
because for learning, learn from defeat.
Yeah, should always be an argument, should always be striving towards finding the truth. It matters not who wins or loses the debate. The discussion is the progression of the argument towards the truth. I don't see how anyone could lose in the forward progression towards the truth. That there is no lose as far as I see.
Yes, of course. The truth is, for me at least, and for Aristotle was objective thing. So it doesn't rely on our good or bad argumentation, because the truth is where it is, without us or with us. But and I think that the final goal would be in debate to achieve this truth. But you know, some people can do that, and they are willing to do that, and some people don't. So you can, like this guy tonight, he was not willing to acknowledge truth. He just was seeking for a weak spot in your argumentation or definition. This is not that kind of man who can say that he is seeking the truth. So sometimes you have to debate with people who are not seeking the truth, and they are sophists, of course, because sophistry is just to outsmart in debate. Absolutely no gain of truth in that kind of debate, sadly.
Yep. Like we say, open for that discussion. Anybody wants to come in, anybody wants to discuss any of the proofs, any of the truths, any of the arguments we go over, say always striving to go forward towards the truth. So I don't see how there is a win or lose, me personally. So that's why I'm up for discussion. I'm up for any conversation with people about, I wouldn't say anything because there's loads of stuff I don't know about, but anything that interests us within that sort of discussion. Everybody knows where we come from, and particularly now aiming towards the trivium and the actual making an argument. I think this making an argument and spotting fallacies is ideal for any sort of discussion, not just the topics that we've been in already. That we just hopefully, like I say, this is a bit ago, but I saw the formulation of the trivium within geometry, and I purely did my argumentation, everything that I knew there, on what I'd known about geometry and backtracing geometry to the advanced simplicity. It's a different matter now because I do actually have an understanding of the trivium, which I didn't actually have then, but I could see within geometry the foundations of the trivium, how the definitions led to the axioms, and that led to the propositions. I could see the formulation. That's basically what the trivium is. And I consider geometry as one of the best teaching tools for the trivium. Even though it comes in the quadrivium, geometry to me is an ideal way to explain how the trivium is built up, because you can always use geometric examples to people because they're easily relatable. And if you can relate the logic and the definitions, the grammar, to the logic, to the proof at the end of it, then you can see how the trivium builds up to give you the geometry. That's where I'm at. Go on.
Yes, I would agree, because geometry is related to our sight sense. So and our sight sense is was always considered as most intellectual sense. So drawing shapes and describing them and proving with the shapes something, it is related with reality, what we see. So squares, triangles, and whatever shape, they can be described in logic formulas. So this is for me, this is very, very learning, and here I can develop my learning to understand geometry in logic way. So that's one of the reasons why I am here.
Yeah, the formulation of the logic, utterly important, as is, because I think Raven said last night, he said the trivium is where three roads meet, not separate, where they come together. So all of these parts are as vital as each other. The grammar, the logic, and the rhetoric. You need all three to be able to be effective speaker and an effective communicator. That's what we should be after. Go on, sorry.
This is not that kind of science like memorizing things that you can memorize many things, go to exam, pass the exam, and you can forget. So no, this is practical science. So grammar, logic, and rhetoric are, in fact, they can turn into practical science. Because you are using them.
Yeah, it was described as the science of reasoning in one of the things that I've got. That's logic.
Yes, that's why we learn logic. Mm-hmm. We learn the tool, how to use the tool, and this tool we have inside us.
And I would probably say, in the idea, the true concept of science being the acquisition of knowledge, The science of reasoning, i.e. logic, is probably one of the most important sciences for you to get a grip of, because it will help you detect bullshit and find the truth from falsity. Much more than any other way of you doing that. You using the reasoning part of your own brain to come to these conclusions, to find your own knowledge, is far more vital than anything else, I'd say.
Yes, I would say that this is basic. You cannot go further without knowledge about logic. So about how your mind is processing or is working. So this is vital thing.
Sorry, just finishing off a brew there. Right, I'm back again.
It's like, for example, playing instrument. If you know how to play instrument and you have method to learn yourself, how to learn teach yourself to play instrument, you have knowledge not about only that instrument, but your abilities, how to play, and you have a method, and you can learn this method by teaching students, for example. But of course, these students will have to play themselves this instrument. So this teaching is not like programming a machine to do something, because they will have to do for themselves. So this, I think, the learning logic is just like that, learning this ability. But there is different between playing instrument and because you have already this tool ready to go. Let's say like 5-6 years old child can start to learn this yes, grammar and logic. Yes, so even in childhood you can learn this, and you don't need to practice, like, for example, playing piano for 8 hours every day for 10 years to be a master. You can do it maybe easier.
Well, I think personally, this the trivium method, grammar, logic, rhetoric, is something that should be natural, right? In order for you to communicate with your fellow people, your parents or whoever, it doesn't really matter. This should be natural. So to me, what has been taught is a denial, a way for you to go against these natural processes of learning, of reasoning. You must be taught, right, to go against logic. For us to end up in the state that we are, with the people in the state that they are, and with so much confusion going on, people actively must have been taught to deny these things. At least, now I don't want to say this is everyone, but at least within this arena that we're in, there are some people that literally must have been taught. They must have taught themselves and others and their peers or whoever, but to deny these natural reasoning senses, they literally have to. have to go against basic truths.
Basic truth and also senses. They will come, or they maybe already came to denying their own senses. That yes, because if they are confusing straight line with a curved line, so how to name it? It's just denying senses.
Yeah. Turning things upside down. It's a taught thing. And maybe teaching that basic logic is something different. Trying to undo a taught thing is obviously too much for some people. And if that is for you, then I would suggest just stepping away from it. Because there are people that are too deep into this thing. You need to go and find what it is that it means to you. Don't be so het up on these things. If they're troubling you, try and leave them alone. And if they are troubling you and you can't get away from them, I'm sorry, but that happens when you're forced to face reality. You might have been gaslighted by your friends and your peers. You might have been led into circular arguments that go nowhere for no purpose other than to have a negative argument. You might not have been taught what an actual argument is because of this. Oh, Chike's back. How did that happen? I thought we'd lost Chike. It's interesting. We managed to do that without talking about people's names, but Chike's managed to make it back in again.
How do you do that?
I haven't got a clue. Still triggered though, right? These people that have nothing to add still have to come and add nothing to a conversation. Other than to try and inject their own name into the conversation.
It's hard for them to accept that something they were taught is just not right. And it boggles my mind why when you're shown something you can't say, okay, I may have been wrong on that. Okay, I'll check it out at least. Otherwise, you're gonna not be healthy in your mind. Like I did exactly that. When I first came into this, I bought into the story that nothing can make a shadow smaller than itself. Right? Everybody thinks that, right? Everybody thought, well, I won't speak for everybody, but I did. So I went, I checked it out, and I saw, you know what? I was wrong about that. Under the right conditions, you can, something can make a shadow smaller than itself. So that's it. After that, I stopped saying that. Very simple. I don't get it. Like, what do you have so much invested in something that you cannot accept when truth is shown to you? This is what boggles my brain. Maybe it's just me.
Well, there are
certain things that certain people can't face within discussion. I mean, we've been talking about this, that this group of people will like to think that they are the leaders within the argument, but then not know how to even converse about these things, which makes it a bit tricky for this group of people to be able to talk to anyone. So instead, they often end up in text chat, because the verbal communication side of this is an important part. The rhetoric is a spoken element. It has to be a dialogue. It's not... I don't think you can put rhetoric into a word, into a book. That's simply writing, and how well somebody can write and tell a story. The actual rhetoric is how it's presented verbally. Would that be right, Paper? I'm questioning myself when I'm thinking this now. But to me, rhetoric has to be a verbal thing. It's how well you can present information, or how well you can present logic. Would that be right? I'm asking. No, I don't know whether anybody would know. But to me, rhetoric has to be spoken, which is why I think Red's rhetoric is running away, because he cannot do that verbal communication. He would literally have a meltdown. He doesn't seem to me like he's very stable emotionally. Another reason why I think certain people can't have these discussions within this communication. They're unable to hold back emotions. True feelings will come out.
Was off for a while, but on that one I would disagree, because I think you can put into paper written word. Yes, it can be rhetoric. For example, speeches in ancient times, they were, of course, said, spoken in the public, like Cicero, for example, but he wrote down his speeches first. So
yeah, in the written word, it's just wrote, isn't it? And I would say the rhetoric or the rhetoric comes from the way it's presented.
Yes, because in the written word, the reader has to interpret this, has to have his own interpretation of modulation of voice, that kind of stuff. So that psychological side of this is like missed. But in live speech, you can hear also this not verbal communication, which is lost in the written word. So
the body language, yeah, very important. Facial expressions.
The whole thing, the pauses, the inflections, that to me, all of that together is the rhetoric.
along with the words and all of that. But the words are the grammar. The way they're put together is the logic, and the way they're presented would be the rhetoric.
Yeah, I'd say that's more important than the words themselves. Yeah.
Yeah, because you could have the great speech, but presented by Elmer Fudd. Wouldn't be great rhetoric, would it? It wouldn't have the same thing.
Yep. Like the same words from Patton or Mickey Mouse, it wouldn't have the same meaning, right?
Yeah.
General Patton or Mickey Mouse, yeah.
So I think that's the skill within the person who presents the thing. The rhetoric is, to me, delivered by, obviously, because the only thing I have to go with is the individual. It has to be spoken, the individual, within the argumentative form.
That's where the trivium, all those three parts, that's and that we didn't even get to the quadrivium yet. Yeah. I know it's boring for a lot of people, but yeah, it's really, if you really look at it, it really makes sense.
Yeah, I'm lucky to be here in this position, and I also think I'm lucky in the chance to have had this opportunity to be able to be talking on YouTube, right? I mean, I would never have imagined a few years ago that this is where I'd be right now. It would have literally never have come to my imagination. But yeah, here we are. This is where Logos has led us to. A lot of strange circumstances. And again, we've got Blue Marble Science talking about the XYZ coordinate system. Can't get it. Perpendicular.
Yep. The horizon curves in his mind. It's amazing. It's the burn is deep, so they can't even contemplate something different.
Speaking of written word, for example, sometimes for me it is easier to read than to listen. For example, like Saint Thomas Aquinas or Aristotle, or just logic writing. Because you just have to deal only with logic, with arguments, cold logic, without any feelings, any psychological stuff in there, only cold logic, chain argumentation, conclusions, premises, only that. So for me, it was very learning and very hard at the beginning, because I had to only imagine what he was thinking about without his feelings and my feelings, only cold logic, so to speak.
I'm just reading the live chat.
Yeah, it's too funny. It's
don't
too
know
funny.
what I'm seeing. Some of you guys better get the lifeboat ready. Can you remember the last person that said something about boats and stuff? Now,
Why would blue marble science be basically on the same page as, I'll say it, Nathan Oakley? Why would he be saying lifeboats at sea? I mean, what's going on? Right, birds of a feather.
Maybe he's
arguments.
referring to the 24th. Some sort of doom gloom is expected to happen. You don't believe in that stuff, Blue? Come on.
Noah. Not thinking.
Yeah, they're saying some sort of. Some are saying a solar event. Some are saying magnetic. You hear all kinds of. It's the Jewish calendar, New Year. You know, like the Y2K thing.
Full moon. Equinox.
Yeah.
Oh,
The rocket launch.
Foreboding.
Artemis.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, there is an impending doom coming to a lot of people, I would imagine. We have been saying we are getting close to the end. The end of what? Who knows? But we're definitely coming to it.
As long as there's questions, people are going to be looking for answers. And the ones that think they already have the answers, well, you know, maybe this isn't the place for you. Maybe it's too much for you to cope with. Perhaps you need a break.
Yeah, but I don't think they can give it up. I really don't. Once this sort of stuff starts, I mean, that's why Blue Marble's in the chat. You can't get it out your head. It just keeps going.
You have to also, well, you don't have to, but let's speak for myself. I've come to the conclusion and understanding that some things I'll never know. I'll never find out, ever. And that's okay with me.
Yeah, but what about if those things you found out that you can never know? What if somebody came up to you and told you they do know it and they're going to tell you?
Then I'd be all freaking ears.
What about if you've already found out that you cannot know it, though? What about then if somebody says, oh, I know?
Well, then you got some soul searching.
Because that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to push upon you something that you say you can't know. Just can't know. Well, we do. We know it. Don't think you do. Well, yes, we do. And I don't think you can know it.
Yep. They tell us Earth is a sphere, right? A globe.
Oh, look at this.
And Blue Marble. No, first you tell me how to calculate the distance between 2 points in 3D space.
Yeah.
3D space.
Measure it, Blue.
Measure, not
How about a ruler?
Why?
Tape measure.
Why to calculate measurable distance? So this is just ridiculous.
You start off.
Blue, I got one of them wheels.
Yeah, you start off by measuring it.
Yeah. I got one of them measuring wheels. When I go measure a room, I go one way, then the other, do some calculations, voila. Or actually, voila. You measure, Blue.
I think these calculations and stuff that have happened within
geometry, the trigonometry, the calculations available, only available because people have measured it to confirm it. The calculations work because the measurements have been made exactly and confirmed to be truthful. But
yep.
in
What do you
order
know?
to
I'm
do
in the
this, you
basement
need
right now.
measurements.
I'm in the basement right now in my garage, and I'm looking at the wheel I was talking about, and it's called Lufkin model. Press a button, goes to 0. There's a wheel. You roll it, and it tells you how many feet. Imagine that, Blue.
Does it do feet?
Yeah.
Mine did meters.
Well, you're in Europe.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
How big's
Mine
your
does
wheel,
feet.
though? Does it do like
Oh, it's pretty.
3 feet a turn?
I don't know. It's pretty big. I would say, and it's got to be at least
Is it like a
a
yard?
foot, about a foot.
Yeah.
It's not one of them small ones because there's the small model and the big model. I have the big model.
Be interesting to see what the circumference of that wheel is.
Yes, but still, if you have, for example, steel tape rolled into the box, you cannot measure anything with that steel tape while it is in a box. You have to make it straight.
Yeah.
Now check this out. Bev said, "I wonder how big that wheel is." Right.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna leave my garage now. I'm gonna go to another room. I'm gonna get a ruler, Blue, so I could see and answer Bev's question. I'm not gonna guess or take an angle to it. I'm gonna go measure it. Now, if only I can find a ruler.
I don't even know. Oh, there you go.
But we can establish that steel tape is a ruler only when it is straight, not rolled in.
Yeah, guess what I found, guys? I didn't even know this had it. I have a level, right? Spirit level. And on the side, it has a ruler on it.
Give us a
Cool.
diameter.
Yes.
Just like I thought. 1 foot.
12 inches.
Yep.
37.6. Just a bit over 3 foot. It'd have to be on the ticker for 3 foot. 1 revolution of the wheel.
I'll check. I can check it right now. Hold on.
Yeah. Put it on the ground. Find a point, and then roll it, and see what 1 revolution is in a straight line. I would imagine for ease of the ticker, it would be easier if it was on the footage, because mine does a meter. Obviously, the circumference of that wheel was a meter.
Hold on. I'll do it right now.
I bet you'll freak out if it's 3'3". $39. I can't see how they'd do that though. You'd have to have a ticker at 3 foot. Anybody else want to have a guess at that?
Or having technical difficulties all the time.
It's hard to measure a straight line. You have to put a piece of chalk on the outside of it.
Because I got all kinds of things on the floor. I got an air hose line, and I gotta clear stuff up.
Oh dear, Mobius, you have to watch what you're doing talking to fragile, lonely old men. Just lost friends.
Bro, dead on 3 feet.
Yeah, it'd have to be
dead on.
So that means it's a little bit less than 12 inches across diameter. Not much, but because pi is 3.14, then it can't be 12 inches because that would be 1, and then it would be 3.14 times the 1, which isn't 3, so a bit less.
Yeah, don't forget I eyeballed the foot, right? It wasn't like exactly,
Yeah. Yeah, like I say, it came out at 37 inches, whereas you're looking for 36, aren't you, for 3 foot?
So that's how you measure, Blue.
You just make sure the circumference is 3 foot or whatever unit of measurement you want, and then walk with it with a ticker. Count how many times it goes round.
You know how many rooms I've measured with that thing?
I thought, yeah, you'd have been a laser thing in a pocket laser measurer.
Well, I got this way before that was in style.
Yeah. Ancient measuring wheel. Before they even invented lasers, I've had this.
Yeah.
Logic, it does translate to reality, obviously, because the links to geometry, logic, mathematics, all of this stuff comes into reality, and that reality gives you feedback. You can apply these reasoning things to reality. Because you can do that, that's how you can come up with a proof. You can check these things. But in order to do that, you need to apply an argument. You need to be able to make somebody's brain activate it and understand the process that you're going on.
But it's not difficult. It's logic, for crying out loud.
Well, again,
if you hear something that doesn't make sense, question it. That's it.
Yeah, ask a question and don't be scared of.
Yeah.
Like a child, it's been bred out of us at schools. Asking questions. Sometimes these questions are hard for people to answer, so they stop you from asking the questions. That's one of the easiest ways that these people deal with these things. They stop you from asking the questions that are difficult for them to answer.
Not only that, they give you what answers you should give. A, B, C. See, we're conditioned. And if we don't know something, we just flip a book. Oh, that's the answer. No, that's necessarily not the answer. You know what I'm saying? That's the answer somebody wrote. Now use your brain, use your noggin and say, does that make sense? They're telling me water curves. They're telling me there's water in a vacuum. They're telling me there's air forms a sphere in a vacuum. But now, does that make sense? You know?
Water in the vacuum. So if we are lowering pressure, the water starts to boil in lower temperature. It means that in this vacuum there would be no water.
Yes.
Only vapor.
That's logic. So then you tell them, so how does your ball work? Well, gravity. So can gravity stop water from boiling in a vacuum? Ask yourself that. when
Nature
you
abhors a vacuum, so you shouldn't really bring that into the equation.
And by the way, in the vacuum, it is very cold. So it would be vapor and ice at the same time. Because this is close to absolute zero, they say.
Yeah, well, I brought it up to say when you hear something that doesn't make sense, it's okay to question it. You know? Because just because Einstein said something doesn't make it right. Einstein says if you travel faster, you're going to age slower. Now, that's ridiculous. Right?
And by the way, in Vogue, he showed his tongue also.
Sorry, what?
Don't you know this famous picture of his face in some Vogue or whatever in 50s or with tongue? He showed
With
his
the tongue out. Yes.
So
Yeah, like somehow they've made people believe that this man was smarter than all the other men.
They've turned his name into smart.
Yeah.
That's clever. It's genius.
What I wrote about his student times, he was not very clever, speaking politely. Many professors considered him as dumb.
Yeah, you scratch the surface a little bit, yeah, you'll find a lot of things. Like his wife did the math. I'm sure everybody heard the stories, right?
Not this one. About what? About his wife?
Yeah, his first wife, I believe it was. Don't quote me on that, but one of his wife was his second one.
That's his cousin.
Yes, yeah, one of them was his cousin. Yeah, I'm all mixed up, but one of his wives that could have not been his cousin. She was the one that was the mathematician, apparently, and she did the math for the MC squared and all that stuff.
No, MC squared. It was far earlier.
Yeah, he stole that. Yeah, but they refined it. Whatever they did with their general relativity math and all that stuff. Apparently, his wife did it.
Yes, and when he said that he doesn't understand tax system, which was much simple at that time than now. So I think he wasn't very smart, even in his calculations.
Look, I don't understand the tax system, but I'm not a mathematician, right? So, but if you're a mathematician, you better at least understand the tax system.
Yeah, there you go. There's a quote there. I need my wife. She solves all the mathematical problems for me. Einstein, 1904.
There it is, folks. No, but just the fantasies that he came up with, and that people believe, like, for crying out loud, he took time and space and made it into a fabric, and people are saying, yeah, why? What's wrong with that? It's like astonishing to me.
It's the imagination. As long as you can take hold of somebody's imagination and implant a thought there that they can imagine, then they can at least think of it. And once you can think of it, you can think of it however you want. You can begin to mold somebody's thoughts around these things.
Yep. And a lot of the stuff, well, I think all of the stuff, really, that Einstein came up with, it's not his. I think they used to say the photoelectric effect, but I think even that, I think he took that from Hertz or something. I forget who. Like, he really doesn't have any original things. All of the stuff, somebody else came up with it.
Well, what if all of the stuff that he came up with was stuff that other people had come up with, but it was just there to reinforce the fact that it was all not real? Like, if they can lump all of the stuff that's not real onto one guy that isn't really real, he was just not there, and make everyone believe that all of this stuff is genius. I mean, think about it. What is E equals MC squared? What's the E?
A fantasy.
Energy.
Energy.
Well, who knows what that is?
Yeah.
You don't know what it is. You can't put letters there and pretend that's an equation. There's nothing behind it. There's no logic to derive that from. There's no logical argument that can be made to support the mathematical equation. It just doesn't make any sense. They've literally lost the logic within that. Einstein and relativity ended up making something relative to something else, which is the whole basics of everything, really. In order for you to compare anything, you need to have a standard that to make it relative to. Even words need a base, and then you say what it's the same and then what makes it different. That's how you make a definition. You show what it's relative to and then how it's different from that.
Yep. If you don't have anything to compare it with, I mean, yeah.
Yes, at least you have to have to compare object with background. So even if we have only background, so we can say that this is background, but it's nothing to define. But if we have object in the background, and we can differ between background and object, then we have some kind of relation between two objects, so to speak, background and object, at least.
Yeah, I think within geometry taught me that again, strangely enough. The ratio of things is something relative to something else. Pi is the circumference relative to the diameter. You have to have something to relate something to. That's what relative is.
Yes, of course. And this is in predicaments, predications, so categories, Aristotle's categories, relation. So this relation between diameter and circumference would be in category of relation in geometry and in Aristotle's categories, of course, and like densities, relation between densities also.
Yeah.
So this is real.
Yeah, you cannot escape relativity. it's all around you. It's nothing to do with fourth dimensions or anything. It's one
Or
of the
quantum
greatest
physics.
tricks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Everything is relative to everything else. I mean, hello. Yeah.
That's how
We
you
don't need
judge things, isn't
Einstein.
it?
Yes,
That's what everybody does.
and that's why the universe, or whatever it is, it is linked together. There is no independent object in the universe. He is always in relation to something else.
Yeah.
So that's why the universe can be treated as one, because like organism or organized space, and this is the word in Greek, cosmos. It means not only universe, but that organized universe. There is order in that, and this order we can find by finding relations between objects, celestial bodies or elements or whatever.
Okay, that's bigger than that. That's brighter than that. But it's less bright than that, right? You're always relating something to something else, even within a measurement. That's 5 meters. Well, that's 5 of these ones. So you're relative to the one, it's 5 times bigger.
Yes, of course, always. So proportion, ratio, yes. But this word is very bad for modern scientists because it indicates creator, intelligent. Some people say intelligent agent, because to set up proportion, that if we can understand that there is proportion, it has to be someone who created that proportion.
Well, for there to be a perfect proportion, right? Proportion and relativity is all the same. But for them to say there is a perfect proportion, a perfect ratio, which everybody knows as Fibonacci, that is literally what people can call the word of God, right? That is that ratio, that proportion, that relativity of 1.618 or whatever it is. That's amazing, and that's a little bit too much for people to I think. That cannot come from nothing, right? It cannot come from, I don't know.
Accident.
Yeah.
From accident.
Yeah, it literally doesn't happen like that.
And there are many things being dependent on proportion, like animal or human organism. It's we live because we contain some and can preserve some proportions between water and solid body in our body, and minerals and whatever else, and this proportion, while is set up, it can work. Without this proportion, when human body is losing that proportion, is getting ill, sick, or even dead. So this equilibrium, this dynamic proportion is what allows us to live, not only but also. So it cannot be accident for me. That's proof that it cannot be accident. And of course, this is very inconvenient for evolutionists because they want to be an accident that created everything, or series of accidents.
Funny you talk about proportion. I asked a question.
Oh,
Nobody knew how to
Chaiki, are you
answer.
sure you should
What?
be in here?
What? What?
Really, this is
This is what?
well,
I
this
have
is
a
about
question.
proof, and we did say that
What? It's
there's a
Euclid Night.
warning going out there to people with models.
Yeah,
We
okay.
don't want people to go in
No, we're
mad,
not a.
Chaiki. We
Yeah,
don't
yeah,
want
okay.
more insane people.
I appreciate your concern.
Okay,
and
right.
respect.
Please try and keep it civil.
Yeah,
And please
me
try and keep
always.
it structured, right?
Me always, always. I said
Okay.
it's funny. He's talking about proportion because I asked question about proportion. Nobody want to ask, knew how to answer. But I am here for another matter. I'll post the image.
You're here for another matter.
Yeah, you see this from your site.
Mm-hmm.
Says geometric plane
Mm-hmm.
in brackets superficies.
Mm-hmm.
The plane, another bracket, superficies. Superficies, brackets again.
Can you say the plane again
Plane,
for us?
plane surface.
The plane.
So, do you have any citation other of this for superficies being a plane?
A what?
For superficies.
No, that's
being
our
a
12
plane,
steps.
a
That's
wall.
there. Look.
No.
Wait,
What's
do you have
first?
something? Are you upset
I'm
about
asking-
something?
I'm asking, very upset. Why do you say superficies is a plane?
It's there. It's wrote down.
There it's wrote down.
Yep.
But where else it says superficies is a plane surface? Aside from there, because I know there it says it.
Yeah.
But aside of there, is there another place that says superficies is a plane?
Why?
I'll post another picture.
I don't understand. What's up with you, Chaiki? Do you have a contention about it? Do you have a problem that a superficies is a plane? It is number 2, right?
No, I have a problem. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think it's your book, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's not your picture, but I think it's your book.
Mm-hmm.
Says 5. Superficies is that which has only length and breadth.
Yeah.
Nothing about planes. Then again,
Yeah, it is. Of course it is. Length and breadth, Chaik.
A plane superficies is that which any 2 points being taken, the straight line between them lies wholly in that superficies. So we have a plane superficies here. Is that a plane surface?
A plane superficies, it says.
It says plane superficies, and you say superficies is a plane surface. So plane superficies.
Where does it say plane surface? Yeah, so a plane surface. Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
So a plane surface.
Is that what you've got? Is the fact that I've put surface there?
Bev, I'm talking.
Mm-hmm.
It says there, superficies is a plane surface.
Mm-hmm.
Therefore, a plane superficies is a plane surface.
A plane.
According to you. Well, if superficies is plane surface and you put a plane before it, it's a plane surface.
It's in brackets. Can you see that?
Yeah, it's in brackets.
Yeah.
It's in brackets above. It's the other way. The plane in brackets superficies.
Yeah.
And above it says geometric plane.
Yeah.
In brackets superficies.
Yeah.
Who is the sophist here, Bev?
I don't know. What is it you're trying to say?
I am trying to say that superficies is not a plane.
What is superficies then, if it's not a plane?
Superficies is a surface.
Yeah.
Everywhere I look.
Where do you think it says different than a superficies being a plane surface?
Merriam-Webster dictionary says It's a surface.
This is Euclid's elements, Chaiki.
That's your
It
Euclid
builds
elements.
upon itself. Yeah, yeah.
Where did you get the superficies is plane surface from?
Where do you get that it's not?
I don't get that it's not. I get that.
Well, okay,
it's
then. Well, it
just
is then. We
surface.
agree. Well done.
No, we don't agree because when I said superficies, I find surface. There's no mentions of plane there. Why did you add a plane?
It says 7. A plane superficies is that which any
Plane
two.
superficies is a plane superficies. I agree, but superficies without the plane superficies is not a plane.
Well,
So
wait a minute. Wait. Whoa, Jake. Sorry. We're building up definitions here. How do you think the step that comes before a plane superficies isn't a plane? You think it's 3D?
No.
No. Do you think it's somewhere in between a line and a plane that isn't a plane superficies? Where does this bit lie in between?
It's not between. It's not between at all.
Well, so it is a plane superficies then?
No.
Yes, it is, Chaiki. That's your problem.
Bev, superficies is translated to surface, not a plane surface.
Yeah, a superficies is that which has only length and breadth. That's straight lines, length and breadth. They are straight lines, Chaiki.
Where did you get that from?
A line is length without breadth.
Right.
That's straight. Yes, Chaiki.
No,
do you not know mathematics or geometry?
I do know what I see.
Well, what's a line, Chaiki?
A line is which is length and breadth.
No, what is a line in geometry?
Yeah, a line
is
length without breadth.
Is straight, Chaiki.
A
line is straight.
I'm reading from Euclid. A line is length without breadth.
It's straight, Chaiki. I know your logic is broke down completely, and you are living in a fantasy land. But there is only one dimension. It can only be straight. Now I know papers run this through with you again, like you were a child. I think it was last week sometime, Chaiki. There cannot be the second dimension because that would take it into a plane surface.
That's your opinion. However, Euclid defined line and then defined a straight line. If line was a straight line, there was no need for Euclid to define a straight line because it's already defined.
Chaiki, this is where you haven't understood the grammar.
Well, I did.
You don't understand how definitions are formed through an axiomatic system.
Yeah, because it's your
opinion. It works both ways, Chaiki.
Bev, it's your opinion that length must be straight. It's your opinion. Euclid doesn't say it.
Yes, he does. It's just that you're not bright enough to work that out. You're not bright enough to reason that, Chaiki.
Where does Euclid say it?
It says a point is that which has no parts. It's a nothing, right? A line is length without breadth. Do you think that's a squiggly? Or could it be a circle?
Any line.
Do you know what a line is in geometry, Chaiki? It's straight. It's straight. Yes, it is. In geometry, Chaiki, in modern day geometry, a line is straight.
Citation then?
Just Google it for yourself. Anybody now, right? Anybody listening? Because Chaiki won't do it because he's scared. Because he knows it will be straight.
Bev, I already Googled, you find a level is curved, and I did find it. I don't need to Google line. circumference of a circle is not a line? What is it?
It's a circumference, Chaiki. The
Right.
circumference. Everybody knows what you mean when you say circumference.
Is it a plane?
Chaiki, this is not productive for you to come in here and show your childlike mental state.
All I came here is to show who is the sophist here.
Well, I mean, I know you're trying sophistry, Chaiki, but
No,
this is
that's
a
not
pretty poor attempt, to be honest.
I'm talking straight.
Have you got your speaker open? Is anybody else listening there? Because I can hear feedback.
No, there's no feedback here.
Yes, there is definitely feedback here,
There's
Chaiki.
no.
Yes,
Yes,
there is.
it is feedback at you, Chaiki. It's
I
on,
don't have a
in
speaker.
you. But when Beth is speaking, I can see your icon that is lit. So
Pepper, maybe I press the push to talk button, maybe, but I use push to talk, and I don't have feedback. Try to talk here. I'll hold it. Talk, Bev.
okay, still Chaiki, you are confusing, and I was talking with you also. You are confusing property of the line with dimension.
No.
When length is straight, it is dimension, because we measure with straight lines, and straight line is used as dimension. But curved length is just property of the line, because and you cannot use it as measurement.
Pepper,
That's
the question was, is superficies a plane or not?
there is two different naming in English. So I don't know if it is used in Greek two words or not. Wait a second, I have to look at.
No, the word superficies. And don't go to Greek now. We don't have the Greek, we have the superficies.
Chaiki, in book 1 is about plane geometry. How can it not be a plane?
You see, how can it not be? It's not the question I ask. Ask what Euclid says and what is superficies, what this word means.
It's a plane, obviously. Just conceptualize it as a plane, because we're talking about plane geometry, and that's what he's laying out. He's not going beyond the plane in book 1. He never does go beyond the plane until book 11. So he cannot be talking about anything other than a plane. I'm sorry that you can't understand that, Chaiki, but that is at the very basic concepts of what we're talking about here. Very simple stuff.
You love definitions, and here definition. Superficies, a surface.
Yeah. The superficies of life. That's good. Do you think the superficies of a sphere is what he's talking about in book 1? Do you think the superficies of a sphere is what I'm talking about in step 2 of the 12 steps of understanding? Do you think that's how it works, Chaiki? That you can just imagine a sphere and imagine the surface of that sphere and then bring that back and put it in book 1 of Euclid, the plane geometry?
Bev, I don't think, I know that superficies definition is a surface. Not a plane, but a surface.
Yeah, in book 1 of Euclid, and when we're talking about a line and a plane, then, yeah, the superficies is what we're talking about.
Well,
superficial.
I know it's a fancy word and all of that, and it helps people understand that there are words that they didn't even realize were words.
Well, it's, as you see, it's archaic. Nobody use it.
We do,
and
that's
it
why we
means,
brought it
You
back.
do, and you do, and you misrepresent
No,
its meaning.
you are
Yes,
doing that,
you say,
Chaiki.
no.
Yeah,
here I
you're
go,
showing your
definition.
confusion,
Do you
Chaiki.
have better definition? Do you have definition of superficies as a plane?
Do you have a definition of
you?
superficies being a sphere in book 1, definition 5, or earlier, perhaps?
Beth, talking about the word.
You're talking about
meaning.
something you don't understand, Chaiki. You're
A
showing everybody your confused state of mind that's
I'm talking
caused
about-
by this geometric argument, even down to the point that you can't understand what a surface is in plane geometry. You can't follow an axiomatic system that builds from nothing, and you're lost already. At what? Which
Yeah.
definition?
Why do you attack me, Beth? We're talking about.
I'm not
the word
attacking you. I'm just
super-
pointing out to everybody.
No,
It's pretty
don't
obvious.
point out. I'm pointing out that I have the definition of superficies and you don't. That's what I point out. Without calling you name, without telling you misunderstanding or anything, I say I have the definition, you don't.
And your definition is
Surface.
of a sphere?
Surface, Bev.
Superficies.
Superficies mean surface.
But how can you have the surface of a 2D?
Easily.
That's
What
why
do
you
mean?
call it a superficies, because
No,
it is
superficies
two-dimensional.
is the surface.
But it's 2D, yeah. A surface is a surface. A superficies is separate.
What?
Because it's
What?
conceptual. What? That sounds like
Superficies.
Brenda. That have you been teaching that one from Brenda?
No.
No.
I'm
Huh.
imitating
Hmm.
you.
Sounded like
You.
Brenda.
You like what? What?
No, that was Brenda. That's Brenda that does that,
What?
Chaiki. Have you been talking with Brenda?
Superficies is which has length and breadth. That's it.
2D.
Not length and breadth.
Yes, 2D.
You say it's 2D.
Yeah.
Okay.
Length is 1D and breadth is 2D.
Right.
Yeah.
Excellent. And it's not a plane.
And since everything in reality is 3D and everything in reality does have a surface, that's what makes it a thing. A 2D doesn't have a surface because it's not a thing.
2D
Therefore, we
is
call it
the-
a superficies
2D
to
is
separate
the
it from a surface.
2D is the surface bed.
Surface of what?
Chaiki, you are confusing 2D with length and breadth. For example,
I didn't say it, Pepper. Bev said it.
Euclid didn't say anything about dimensions.
Again, Pepper, I didn't say it. Bev said it. I said length and breadth. Bev
You're
insisted
showing
it's
your
2D.
confusion, Chaiki.
They are straight lines.
Nobody said straight. Euclid didn't say straight, did he?
Yes, he said a line, Chaiki. That's straight
line.
in geometry. Yes, it is.
In your head, it's straight.
In
Euclid didn't say
geometry,
straight
it's straight.
because if he wanted to say if it was straight, he wouldn't have to define straight.
What? It's an
Because he was-
axiomatic system.
What? He defined straight line. If line was straight, he wouldn't need to define it. It's that simple.
Are you saying before he defines it as straight, it's curved?
Any shape.
He can't. Chaiki, no. He
But
hasn't
it
even
doesn't-
got any more
No,
dimensions
no.
yet.
Well, unfortunately, we don't have Euclid here. We have only
Chaiki, use
testimony
yourself.
of
No,
its
no, no.
words.
This is for your own mind to work out. Anybody can do this. It's very simple. It's
No,
not as
no,
confusing as Chaiki makes it,
no.
if anybody's
We
listening out there.
well,
Chaiki's the one that's really confused about very basic concepts that are open and available to everyone.
the one confused is
Please
you.
don't let everybody hear your confused state of mind about
Bev,
dimensions,
that's
Chaiki.
your opinion. That's your opinion. That I'm confused. I'm not confused
You
at all.
you're showing your
I'm not
imagination
confused.
working
I'm
overtime
I'm not
before it's
confused.
even been defined in an
I'm
axiomatic
not
system.
confused, Bev.
Step by step, Chaiki.
I read Euclid words as they say he said them. Because of course it's not his words, right? We don't know his words exactly. But that's what people carried over the years. And it says length and breadth, didn't say it's straight, didn't say anything about it, can be anything. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to define a straight line because it's already defined in a line, Bev. Your logic fails you. You don't have logic.
Chaiki, you're embarrassing
Why
yourself.
why it needs to define line straight line twice, Bev?
Because it's an axiomatic system when you
In
know.
axiomatic system,
Chaiki,
you
please let
define
me
things
finish.
once.
No, it's an axiomatic system, so you
So what?
show how you build definitions through
Right. So
grammar
why?
in the trivium. If you'd had any sort of understanding of the trivium, you would know exactly how the axiomatic system works with the building of definitions.
Yeah, Bev. In axiomatic system, the meaning of words it counts, and words you didn't say. You didn't say them. You can't add them because you think they
Are you
should
all
be
right with
there.
wiki, Chaiki? Because,
Wiki?
yeah, are you
Yeah.
okay with that?
Mhm.
Do you want to read that? That's wiki, line, brackets, geometry. Have a read of it for us, will you? I'll see if I can find some
No,
more
you
for
read
you.
it.
No, you please. It's your dulcet tones sound much better.
Oh, okay. In geometric, a line is infinitely long object with no width, depth, or curvature. Thus, lies are one-dimensional.
Yes, no curvature, so straight line.
Mm-hmm. Maths is fun says, because that's for children. It says in geometry, a line is straight, no bends. It has no thickness and extends in both directions without end. A line has no ends. It's straight, Chaiki. It's in geometry. I can't believe that you never even bothered looking at this stuff. Why did you not look at it when I asked you to look at it?
Yeah, okay. Euclid describes a line as breathless length which lies equally with respect to the points on itself. So they don't talk about the line that Euclid line. They talk about the straight line Euclid is talking.
There is only a straight line.
No.
Is straight, Chaiki.
Euclid says that line lies equally with respect to the point on itself.
Yes.
Read it to me, please.
I know it sounds really confusing, doesn't
Which
it,
definition
Chaiki?
is it? Which definition is it in Euclid?
It's just a straight line. Which line?
Which definition in Euclid is it?
You're confusing yourself, Chaiki.
No,
Don't do
just
this to
answer,
yourself. This
just
is live.
answer.
We
Just
are going
answer,
out
Bev.
to the public here, Chaiki.
Which definition is it?
Which definition? I don't know. You tell me. Which definition
I don't
is
know.
it?
Lies
Why
equal
are
with
you coming in
respect to
here
the
with your
lines on
confusion
itself.
then?
Where I didn't see Euclid says it said just a length without breadth. Why do they add this lies equally on itself?
Does it confuse you? Perhaps they did it to confuse you, Chaiki.
Euclid definitely didn't say it about the line.
But a line is still straight, and it is to this day, Chaiki.
A straight line is straight.
A line is straight in geometry, Chaiki. Line, brackets, geometry.
Yeah, well, you're confused. They talk about the straight line.
No, Chaiki. They say a line, brackets, in geometry is straight without curvature. They say that, Chaiki, not me. They say it. Euclid says it also. You're just not bright enough to see.
Again, then they said, which lie equally with respect to the points on itself.
Who's they?
Wikipedia. I didn't see Euclid say lie equally with the respect to its the point on itself.
You didn't hear Euclid say, in geometry, a line is an indefinitely long object with no width, depth, or curvature either. That was wrote in Wiki, Chaiki.
No, Bev. They say Euclid says this. Does Euclid says this about the line?
I don't know.
Lie equally?
I don't not have any recordings of Euclid saying anything.
They do. No, I didn't say say in the meaning of said. It's if he wrote it, it said it. Don't play word games with me now. Said.
Did you mean in the elements?
In the elements, does Euclid says anything about?
Not in my copy that I've got. No.
No, it doesn't say it. Right.
Not in the copy that I have. No, Chaiki.
Right. So it's not that line that Euclid talks about.
What you think that the line that Euclid talks about? Are you trying to try some sophistry now, Chaiki? A bit of over talking?
No.
No.
You try to do sophistry because when
no, I'm not the one that's trying to separate Euclid from geometry, you muppet. That's you.
No. When it's convenient to you, you run to Wikipedia. When it's not, you run to Euclid.
No, I just went. I can go anywhere, Chaiki. Literally anywhere to look for line geometry. I asked you if you like Wiki. Wiki just happens to say that a line in geometry is straight. Anywhere else will also say that, Chaiki.
Because in geometry, they call a straight line line. What Euclid calls straight line, they call line.
Yes.
Yes.
And Euclid too.
No, Euclid called line a line and straight line.
No,
straight
Euclid defined the line as straight, Chaiki.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did.
Show me.
Oh, fucking hell.
Fuck it.
How can you not see shit right in front of your face? How can you be so stupid, Chaiki?
What's in front of
Must be embarrassing for you.
What's in front of my face says a length without breadth.
Yes, which is straight.
No.
Yes.
You now interpreting Euclid. There's no word straight there. The word straight comes to definition after.
So therefore, he's not been able to define a curve. You can't just inject a curve where it's not been defined yet, Chaiki.
Well,
you have though, haven't you? Because in your head you have the ever-present curve, the great parallelism. It's stuck in your head since childhood, and you can't get rid of it. You think a line that hasn't been defined as curved is curved before you define it as straight. It's amazing, Chaiki. Don't think you're the only one, though, right? You're just the only one that they've managed to convince to come in here with this conversation. But I thank you for bringing it, Chaiki.
Bev, what Euclid does not define, he does not define. And if he says a line is length without breadth, you can't say it's straight because straight is not defined yet, right? So you have to wait for straight to be defined, for a straight line to be straight. Until then, a line, length without breadth, has no particular shape.
But you want to imagine a curve, don't
No,
you?
I don't want to mention a
Yes, you do.
curve.
You
It
want, no,
can be
sorry,
an.
you want to imagine a sphere.
No, I want the words to be the words that are defined.
Well, let's
You
just,
say,
yeah.
and you say superficies is plain, and it's not.
Yeah, what you have to do,
Superficies.
you have to employ
Well,
epoche,
that,
right?
yeah, right. No,
So
I'm
don't
done. Then I'm
pre-assume
done.
anything. Just take the
I'm done.
words as they are given to you.
I'll say goodbye because we're done today. I exposed your sophistry, and I'm done.
I'm
That's it.
sure you did,
You can
Chaiki. Yeah, I
you can
go on.
explain
You'll
now
be
why you
right.
didn't.
You'll be okay. You can get over this, Chaiki. Don't worry about it. Don't listen
Well,
back to it.
yeah,
Don't do
well,
that to see how well it
that,
sounded and
that.
the overfeeding mic and all of
Sure,
that. It
sure,
sounds
sure.
terrible.
I'll listen.
Oh,
Be
well,
sure about
don't.
it. I'll listen.
I wouldn't. You won't
You
come
never
across
do.
good.
You never do. That's why you think that what you say is smart, and then if you hear yourself, you'll see it's not so smart. Anyway, the good evening. See you another time.
See you later, Chaiki. Go safe. That was impressive, wasn't it? Imagine somebody wanting to put a... He wanted to put the sphere into the superficies. And he wanted to curve the line. He wanted to inject 3D before 2D. And he wanted to inject the plane to draw the curved line on before the straight line. That's amazing. That's globe model affliction 101. I hope everybody else gets that.
And by the way, this definition of line is breathless length. It was I have commentary on with this translation. Not about translation, but I can read some part of this. This definition may safely be attributed to the Platonic school, if not to Plato himself. Aristotle, in Topics, speaks of it as open to objection because it divides the genus by negation. Length being necessarily either breathless or possessed of breath. It would seem, however, that the objection was only taken in order to score a point against the Platonists, since he says that the argument is of service only against those who assert that the genus, it is length, is one numerically, that is, those who assume ideas as the idea of length which they regard as a genus. For if the genus being one and self-existent could be divided into two species, one of which asserts what the other denies, it would be self-contradictory. So general principle of creating genus is pointing out what is common, and it is not created by negation. That's why Aristotle would object to that kind of definition, because saying that this object is because is not this is not good definition. So because it says what it has not. that the length that has no breadth.
Yeah.
So this is a handicap definition. For Aristotle, it would be handicap definition.
But you cannot give that. I consider that as being, you cannot prove that within geometry, within this system, because it's so fundamental. It comes before the axioms, but obviously the axioms are built upon these. That a point and a line cannot be put in. You have to give them as a given. You just have to. There's no way to add them. But when you study it within an axiomatic system, to start from nothing and go from the nothing to the line, and then the next part is the end points of that line are points. That shows the segment within mathematics. That's the part that you can measure, right? That gives you a unit length of 1. That's the most important thing. But in order to get there, you have to give the point and the line to get to that point there. So the axiomatic system works backwards, I think. I mean, the whole geometric system is, okay, that works. How do you prove it? Then geometry comes in, and geometry gives you the proof that you can then answer that question. Yes, this is how we prove it. We show you from an axiomatic system. But in the steps, a point, a line, how you can't curve that line. The only time a curve comes into this definitional system is at 15, where they start describing the circumference of a circle being the line that surrounds it, right? But it gives it a name. He doesn't say it's a line. They say the line is a circumference. It's an axiomatic progression. You need the line to show the circumference.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah.
There are alternative definitions, for example, by Proclus, magnitude in 1 dimension, or better, perhaps magnitude extended one way. But it would mean that this Proclus was talking about straight line, because magnitude extended one way, it means in one direction.
Yeah.
So in one direction means straight line. So of course we can say that every line is breathless, but not every only straight line is in 1 dimension. You cannot say that that curved line is magnitude in 1 dimension. You cannot say that. But only with a straight line you can say that this is magnitude in 1 dimension, for sure.
Yeah.
But not for curved line. So this expression breathless is just to point out how line is different from surface. That's it. And it doesn't mean that this it has to be dimension. This is just, that's why
I think the dimension came later, didn't it? Like, I don't think they ever talked about dimensions but as a progression for people to understand and teach people. As soon as somebody brought in dimension, whatever that means, right, they link it to 1 because it's only got length. The number 1, there's 1 dimension which would be length. You know, in order for you to say, well, how can it have length if it's not real? Because only things in reality have length. And then it depends on which way you're looking at it as to which dimension would be length, right? Length,
Yes,
which way? But so that's why they end up saying, well, 1 dimension, 2 dimensions, and 3 dimensions.
Yes, that's why for me, saying dimension, it is, you can say that this is length in 3 directions. Horizontal length, you can say that is length, but you can say that vertical direction is only also length. And if you are measuring with a ruler, you are using the same ruler. And vertical distance you can measure with a ruler, and horizontal distance you can measure with a ruler. Same ruler. So it doesn't mean that this ruler, if put vertically, has breadth, and when put horizontally, has length, because this is nonsense.
Yeah. As far as the 2D is concerned, it doesn't exist. So, I mean, how can you have length and breadth if you can't measure it? It's conceptual. So I can understand the confusion of people when they come into that, and especially within the sophistical argument, right? That it's an easy play for them to make. But when people like Chaiki obviously come with these semi-non-arguments, it's a logical process. Hopefully people get to think for themselves. How could Euclid, or within this system that you're building up axiomatically, go from a point to a squiggle that could be a spirally curve, right? It could be a line in any way, and then go to a straight line on a plane? It just doesn't follow a logical step of you building these things up in progression and natural understanding. The globe mind, obviously, is the thing that injects itself into places where it shouldn't, into the basic concepts of how people understand these geometric principles. That's how deep this globe model puts itself. And Chaiki's just an experiment, right? Something's happened within Chaiki's brain.
Yes, and this progression I can see because he's defining this line breathless length. And next,
Superficies is
next definition,
length times breadth, and he wants that to be a sphere, because the plane superficies is the next one.
Yes, that's why progression in definition is the same with the surface and the line.
Yeah.
So for he is saying that the line is breadth, length without breadth, and the same he is talking about surface in general. So he is creating genus here, kind, and that this is breadth and length. It means implicitly that without depth or third dimension, whatever. but next he is going with line that he's creating the definition for straight line, and for plane he's creating a definition respectively in the same way. That's why all geometers can agree that the definition of straight line is the same as, or not the same, analogic to a definition of plane surface. So, in fact, this definition of surface in general is the same as definition of line in general. So it is not really definition, and because it says nothing about surface. The definition starts what it is for a straight line and for plane surface. So that's why he in book 11, I think, he's talking differently about surface and plane surface at the next definition. So he's distincting between surface in general and plane surface, like in line and straight line.
It's exactly how you build up a definition, as explained within the trivium, within the grammar.
Yes, so the curved line is like the angle with the curved line. You cannot do that anything with that in geometry. So this is, yes, it is something like that, but there is no use in geometry. So he never uses this definition of just a line being curved, because he uses only straight lines. Because
he hadn't defined a curved line until definition 15, and by then he's already explained what an angle and then a plane rectilinear angle. Obviously, that works exactly the same as a line and a superficies and a plane superficies, but they want to inject the curve beforehand because it's in their mind. The globe model is ever present, and at every chance they get, they shove a curve in there before it's even been defined.
Yes, but they will fall into contradiction, because if they say that curved line is one-dimensional, then a straight line would be zero-dimensional. It is just nonsense, because they have to add another dimension. So they would end that the line is the same as the point. But the straight line, if you curve it, it goes into the second dimension. So yes, you have to have a plane to describe a curved line. And for describing a straight line, you don't need plane for that. Just to draw practically.
Your curved line could be a spiral, right? It gets way beyond that. So you can't step out of your bounds into a curve, because the curve could go in any dimension, right? You could literally go into the third dimension with that curve.
Of course, like spiral, yes. So you will end with a three-dimensional curved line.
Before it's been defined, and that'd be ridiculous within a mathematical system, within a logical system, to make a leap of logic that isn't even within your framework. It is ridiculous. But as we know, the people we talk to don't have that logical system. The bounds of their logic, it isn't logical. Chaiki honestly thought he was coming in here with a point. He was coming in here to expose us. He thought. But, I mean, anybody who thinks we've been exposed, I mean, come back and try that again. Because this is one of those basic things, I think. This shows how deep to the core a model can disrupt your thought processes. When I'm talking about people literally going mad, it's these sort of things that I'm talking about. That they're putting a second dimension into a geometric system, which is the government of everything that we know. That's dangerous within your logical system if you can make logical leaps before. It's a pre-assumed logical leap. This is what we've been talking about for ages. These stolen concepts, the self-refuting fallacies, he cannot develop a second dimension before the planes existed, and he can't develop a third dimension before the plane geometry has ended, right? He literally wants to put the third dimension where it says a superficies is length and breadth. He wants to inject a third dimension there somehow.
Yes, but it would mean that one of them or both they have to curve. And what about one dimension would be in two dimensions?
Yeah.
But imagine that we have sphere, and they created bowlers creates longitude lines and altitude lines, latitudes lines, and they are curving, of course, on the ball, and but they are curving. One of them we can call that length, curved length, and the other curved breadth, but they are also curving in third dimension, both. So they both, these latitude lines, are sharing third dimension, being lines. This is absurd because they are two-dimensional lines on the globe, and they are sharing third dimension, because if the length is curved like latitude, and altitude and longitude is also curved, they are curving into depth. So length has depth and breadth has depth, which is ridiculous. It cannot be. That's why this is absurd.
Well, as we know, the model that Chaik's relying on, that gives him all of his information, wrong information in this case, the fundamental concepts of geometry, are what I think is something that I don't know whether it was around before, but because of the looking into geometry and the things we've found, they now have problems that they don't even realize. Chaiki's just exposed the problem that everyone's going to have to face. And it's not good for the mind. Because these are basic concepts of reality. If you don't get your understanding of these sort of things from reality, I mean, where do you? you can't have a non-logical break within an axiomatic system. Doesn't make sense. Everybody understands what 2D is. It's not a sphere. And you can't define something as a blank and imagine it's a curve or a sphere, and then on the back of that definition define it as straight.
Yes. 2 dimensions are, I think, normal in school is just vertical and horizontal perpendicular lines, and these lines are dimensions according to which we are measuring something or coordinating, like in linear function in graphs. So
You're
I
putting
think
a point on those graphs and you're making it relative to a position on one of those dimensions, one of those axes.
Yes. So this is basic, but of course it is a straight. There are straight lines and perpendicular to each other. So I never seen. I've never seen a curved coordinate line as one dimension. It cannot be, so it is not used. So the point which Chaiki is trying to make, it doesn't make any sense for him, even for him. So, because how can you measure one dimension with a line which is already in 2 dimensions? You cannot do that. That's why nobody is measuring distances between 2 points with curved lines or steel tape being rolled. It has to be unrolled because it has to be straight line, and then we know that we are measuring in 1 dimension when it is straight and not when it is curved.
Basic concepts of 1D, 2D, lines, planes, superficies. I think it's fascinating how they can have whatever they do have. I think it's amazing. Because what they do, I don't know whether you've noticed this, but once you do get to 3D, book 11, length, breadth, and width, height, right? 3 different measurements perpendicular to each other, obviously, because you've built those concepts up. It says the surface or the superficies is that which bounds the solid. They then want to turn that back to the superficies that they had at the beginning, which they want to call 2D.
Yes.
It's
so
amazing.
They are trying to equivocate a plane surface with curved surface.
Yeah, with the surface of a sphere. They try and say that they put that surface, that 2D thing at the beginning, definition, I think 4 is it, before the actual plane superficies. They want that to be a sphere. So that's what they refer to as the surface of the sphere. I think it's amazing myself. The way the mind of the globe works and injects itself into this. But it's somewhere that not many people will ever talk about. Where else would you have this conversation about, 1D, 2D, and then the geometry of the plane geometry, and then going on to 3D. But a certain group of people wanting to keep swapping that 2D and 3D at their whim. Right? They want to take the 2D one and put it on a sphere, and then when they get to the sphere in 3D, they want to revert that back to the 2D. Because of what you said. Latitude, longitude. They know that they're the only 2D things they've got. Which is, again, a confusion that they've been taught. Not at school, but within this arena. Latitude and longitude are, my realization really came when I realized Euclid. Through non-Euclid. That's what helped me realize Euclid, that parallel lines don't meet. Whoa, turn up. Well, that's bad.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That's not my fault. She took the phone.
We are live. Thank you. One of the basic fundamentals of the axioms is two straight lines cannot enclose a space. Like Paper was saying earlier, they want to take these 2D measurements that they want to imagine are curves. But that very statement that two straight lines cannot enclose a space will tell you that longitude and latitude are not straight lines, because they would break. They are straight lines, because if they were not straight lines and they were 2D, they would break the very axioms of the geometry.
And by the way, it is a problem, because if you need only two curved lines to describe 3 dimensions, because you would with curved lines, but you cannot, because you need 3rd dimension, for example, to the center of the ball. You cannot describe it with these two curved coordinate line system, like latitude and longitude, being curved lines, being circles, in fact. But you can only operate in on the surface. But you are, in fact, you are in 3D, but you cannot use full 3D of the ball, because you are using curved coordinate system. And by the way, it doesn't match normal coordinate system, like perpendicular straight lines, because and you cannot use that, because you will have one coordinate system being curved. And if one is curved, it means that it affects other lines. So, for example, if you are measuring length x and y, and z is curved, you are affecting the other dimensions in that way. So you will affect your measurement in other directions and other dimensions, which is completely nonsensical, would be. So for me, it cannot be created, that kind of coordinate system with curved lines, because it affects other dimensions. And by the way, I have Greek word for surface. It is epiphaneia. And for plane surface, it is epipedos, epiphaneia. So it looks like the same word for surface and plane surface, but this is just added. This epipedos, it means plane surface. So that's for notion. I don't know what word it is in Greek in book 11 because I haven't got 11th book here with this translation, but I was curious what if the surface is or superficies is just the translator thing, or it is different in Greek. And it seems that in Greek it is the same word, epiphaneia.
Yeah, well, I'd say if it's an axiomatic system, you need to, and you want to define the plane, then you have to have something to build that definition on. Right? And that is the superficies. It's a nondescript thing, which later on could be described as a surface. But that's what you're trying to do. You're trying to relate it to reality, but not. And 2D, you can relate to reality because you can relate circles, squares, triangles. But you're doing it conceptually within an axiomatic system. So you're not even going into reality, but that's how you're going to express it. So you have to have a superficies to define the plane superficies geometrically upon. That's why
Yes.
I'd say it's just a part of the building blocks of this axiomatic system.
Yes, and as this translator and also Proclus mentioned, so it is like naming, for example, man, animal. Yes, animal is genus, and there are many animals: cats, dogs, horses. It doesn't specify what it is, because definition has to be related to species. So, for example, describing man as an animal is not sufficient to be a definition. You cannot say that animal, naming man animal is definition. This is definition of man, because it is not true. It is only saying about genus. So some common things we share with other animals, but definition has to be specific, not related to genus. That's why saying superficies or surface that is breathless, it is not specific. Being specific begins only when Euclid is talking about straight line and plane surface. That's real definition.
Yeah.
This definition of surface itself without a plane and line without being straight, it's not really definition, because it is not saying what it is. It is just saying for a line, it is just saying what it is not. And this is not the definition, really.
No, it's the building blocks of the definition. You have to start somewhere, and
Yes,
these
yes, of
are the
course.
building blocks that he's been given, right? Or he's made up, right? Because you have to, in order to give yourself a proof, you have to give yourself the building blocks. So this is how he defines them. Now, like you say, those two, the point and the line, that you can't define them because you can't build anything on them. That's what one of the things about the definitions of the early logic that I read, and I can't remember where it is or where it's gone now, but you can't define straight, really, in the initial concept of it, because what do you build it on? It is an elemental thing that you build everything else on top of the knowing of straight. So it's a bit of an impossible task, really, to define an elemental thing. You just have to give it a name. That's all you can do. And then you can build things upon that.
Yes, of course. So even definition of straight line is disputable and was disputable between geometers, because this is like a posteriori definition, but still we can say that it is defined and we know what it means, that every point is lying evenly between extremities. We know what he said. We understand what he said, and we can and we know that this definition matches what we think about straight line. But it cannot, you cannot define a curved line in that way, because if you say that this is that line, I'm talking about curved line, the definition would be by negation. That, that the curved line is that one between in which between extremities all points are lying unevenly. So what would that mean? Just nothing. What does it mean unevenly? How? Because we know what means evenly, but because there's only one way to be even, considering points. But uneven, you have infinite number of possibilities. So you still don't know what it does mean, this uneven, being uneven. How uneven? In which direction? You don't know. That's why this is no use for a curved line. And it is not used in Euclid further, just curved line.
Yeah, it's not a thing, is it? Yeah, the circumference, but that gets named circumference, not curved line.
Yes,
because like curved line is too vague for mathematics.
Yes, but circumference, there is some even, because the extremities between center, so radius, but because one, it is even. Even distance between a center point and other extremity of this line, radius. Yeah. So there is some evenness in this, in the circle, but in the curve, not. There is not. You cannot define any something even, being even inside curved line as curved line, because if they points are lying not evenly, you just stuck there. You cannot move anywhere.
Yeah, that's why it gave it the circumference and not like an ellipse sort of shape. You can't define those other things. That's the elements is basic, right? It's you can't really end up with anything else. It's the breakdown of a logical system and the formulation of mathematics. But what we have to point out is the geometry, everything we've been talking about, is within the quadrivium. You'd already be expected to have an understanding of the trivium. And once you did have that, then all of these definitions and the way everything builds up would be fully understood. It's only the confused globe mind that isn't coming with any of this advanced simplicity of the beginnings, the foundations of where all of this stuff comes from.
Yes, and if Chaiki would learn trivium and would be in that times, ancient times, he wouldn't come to ask that questions and doubts, because and he wouldn't be able to create some kind of argument for curved surface being 2D, for example. So, but he is not yet learned well in trivium. That's why he is trying to make some sophisticated argument, sophistical argument for curved surface being 2D, because length and breadth is 2D. No, length is straight, then it is dimension. When length is curved, it is not a dimension. And that's why I repeat this: dimension means measurement, or measure, or size, extent. Extent is a good example, because extent means point to point, and point to point is always measured with straight lines. So size always is measured with straight lines. So if you are measuring, for example, walls or height or whatever, always straight lines, never curved lines.
Yeah, that's within geometry, but in reality, you would say all heights, elevations would be measured vertically, straight, and all distances would be measured horizontally, straight. That's a known fact by everyone, and that's directly related to reality, as you can tell, because I said vertical and horizontal. The only place they exist is in reality. They're reality words. Chaiki's showing his confusion again.
Yes, well, there is no point, because he's going nowhere. Just to deny, or I don't know what he is trying to prove with this word salad, because he cannot prove anything. So I don't know why he's coming here.
There's
and
no
he's
curve
obsessed.
defined in that. So when he's pointing those arrows, a line is length without breadth, yeah, straight. And the extremities of the superficies are lines. Yeah, straight, like length and breadth. It's a plane, it's a superficies. That's what he's talking about. And then the redefinition in book 11, right? From the superficies is that which has only length and breadth, to changes from that to that which bounds a solid is the superficies. Particularly made because it is 3D and he's going to have a sphere. Needs something to incorporate the surface of the sphere, the superficies, that which bounds the solid. I can't understand why their minds go to this other place. Well, I can understand why it does go to the other place, because they're ruled by a model. But I can't understand why their mind allows them to go there, because it goes beyond logic. It just doesn't make any sense. I can't imagine why a mind would allow itself to go to a nonsense place. That's impossible.
Yes, and by the way, surface of the sphere is unique in geometry because if you have 3D objects like cube, you can divide this surface. There are really 6 surfaces in the cube, separate plane surfaces, and you can fold them into 3D. But you can still divide them into these 6 separate surfaces. Each one of them is 2D, of course, in different planes, of course, in different space, but they are 6. But the surface of the sphere is different because it is 1. So it would mean that you have 2D and 3D, which is nonsense. You cannot dissect or take part of surface of the sphere and you cannot say that this part is 2D, but you can do that with a surface of cube, one of the surfaces of the cube. You can separate one surface of the cube and say this surface, that would be square, is 2D. Yes, you can say that. But you cannot separate any part of surface of the sphere and say this is 2D because this is part. Because we know that whole surface of the cube is 3D, but you cannot say that all surface of the sphere is 3D and one part of it is 2D. You cannot create that distinction like in cube. That's why I think globes have problem with that, because they cannot they cannot rather subtract one part of surface of the sphere being 2D. It is impossible.
I quite like these Euclid nights. But I do say, I have to remind everybody that all of these geometric things are based upon and built upon the trivium. Now, geometry is a good way of teaching the trivium, but you have to have a foundation within the trivium to understand how the geometric system and the axiomatic system, and I'm guessing the common notions, right? Because they're within the axiomatic system. Now, if they're not in the trivium, the common notions, then what Euclid, I think, was doing was taking I call it the tautologies, the statements that could not be disproved, the reality, full proof statements within geometry, and separating them and adding with them these common notions where 2 halves of the same thing are equal to each other. Things like that showed you basically the law of identity and the law of non-contradiction, but based within the mathematical formula call it mathematical. It's the logical mathematical formula that takes it beyond the words, right, and into that standardized fact giving, truth giving, proof giving system of logic.
Yes, all logic system is based on these principles, which we can say that they are axioms, because you cannot prove that the greater is greater than smaller. How can you prove that? But this is, or for example, how can you prove that the whole is not a part and part is not a whole? And how can you prove that the part of the whole is smaller than the whole? You just know that, but you cannot prove that. How can you? I don't know how to prove that.
Yeah, I think it's those self-evident truths, isn't it? That Euclid sort of relies upon to show how the logic works logically. So you can use your reasoning powers yourself to determine the truth or falsivity of the statements that are wrote down. That's the idea of logic. And it's obvious there's a team of people now. These are the times where I think it gets interesting. You'll find out who are the top boys, and he's back again. Chaiki needs some help, so in comes the White Knight.
But okay, he's bringing up definition 3. I don't. The extremities of a line are points. Okay, very good. And the commentary is that this is the posteriori or prior or posterior definition, and of course prior definitions are better, but sometimes you cannot create a priori definition. You have to have experience something, and then you can define what deduct what you see, and that it is because something. So this is deduction. So, but from experience, but still, but I am happy that Jake. No, this is Stark Order. This is not
He's
Chaiki.
trying to work. He's trying to work the head, because if you look at the end, the further connection is the stuff that has been wrote down in red is the then. Obviously Aristotle said something. Then did Aristotle say that then bit, or is that been added in? Right. Yeah, very confusing, right? Aristotle didn't say then. That then is a follow-on from somebody else, because there's no way Aristotle would have related the line and the points to, as it says at the end, and with reference to a solid and a surface and its extremity in book 11, definition 2. I mean, they in no way relate together. The line to the surface of a solid. That's somebody playing games, that is. Oh yeah, look, it's Stark Order. Obviously. And it'd be nice if Starkadder actually wanted to come in here and have this argument rather than just posting pictures with red lines on that make no sense whatsoever. Other than him trying to play sophistic.
This notion of Aristotle is very good because, of course, defining a point as extremity of a line is just upside down, because it doesn't mean that we know what point is, because it is extremity of a line. So what? We still don't know what point is. So, of course, Aristotle made a good point that that kind of definition would be explaining the prior by the posterior. And that's why Euclid was avoiding that. That's why he created this definition of evenly lying points. So, because that kind of definition would be not good. So, this kind of definition that the line is which extremities are points are not really definitions. And but Chayky is pertinent to use that kind of definitions to prove something. I don't know. Maybe he will learn better in time.
Yeah, well, once you understand what Euclid did, obviously, the easiest way to describe a straight line is the shortest distance between 2 points. But Euclid couldn't mention distance. That requires a numerical signifier. Euclid wasn't really allowed to do that, or he didn't allow himself to do that. He wanted to describe it purely within its own system, and he would have to define distance.
Yes, and by the way, because line is collection of points, so he wanted to define line with defined points, because points were somehow defined before, and there is only a point was defined before. So he didn't want to use anything else than points. That's why he used points in definition of straight line. To make positive statement about these points, because when he's talking about straight line for the first time, he's talking about points only. What is straight line? That when points are lying evenly between extremities, and extremities are points also. So this is very good definition, because he is using only what he prior was using, not a posterior.
Yeah, he builds the line upon the points which came before it.
Yes, so he's not using anything else what he was using before. Only that. That's the good way of creating definitions.
Yes, I would agree. And that would be taught within the trivium. Yeah. It's like I say, I think it is a perfect system, Euclid and Euclidean geometry. Can't be faulted. Yet some people will want to try and put spheres in at the beginning.
Yes, this is just nonsense.
Yeah.
2D means two directions of
it can only be a plane.
Yes, just you cannot have 2 dimensions on curved surface. Just it. You are automatically falling into 3rd dimension.
And you can see why they do want to have 2D.
I would welcome any mathematician, but I wouldn't want to get into a heated debate about it. I would like to really, truthfully, discuss this matter with a geometer, with a mathematician, to see what lies in the minds of people. I'm fine with the way I structure my logical system and the way I put this axiomatic system together.
Yes, but who knows who will come? Because, for example, this mathematician you brought up some time ago, this Jacek Brodsky from Southampton or whatever. So he said that the straight line is not defined in Euclid. So who knows what will happen in that discussion, because you will maybe learn that nothing was defined in Euclid. I don't know. I have no trust anymore in modern mathematicians, logicians, and scienticians and whatever.
Have you seen Starcodder trying to play semantic games of a straight line? That's terrible. If that's the best they've got, silly, ridiculous semantic games, where I'm pretty sure he's confusing himself and no doubt other people.
Yes, because the distance between 2 points is always the same if it is straight line, because you can curve in many different ways this line. So
but the shortest distance should be the shortest distance. It just makes
yes. So distance is in fact shortest distance. So if we use word distance, we always mean a shortest distance. That's normal for me. So there is no longer distance. Distance is always the same. The shortest distance.
Yeah. The longest distance would be the same as the shortest distance, but the longest distance between 2 points would be a confusing statement. If you're trying to define straight, then easy enough for people to understand. Look at Chaiki and Starcodder trying to work out what a straight line is and how best to define a straight line. It's amazing what happens. The trivium, it's amazing. I'm glad that we've sparked the interest within the conversation of how words are formed, how definitions work between the guys. I think they're great. They're going to be gaslighting each other and showing their confusion. So if you want to see that, Discord chat's wide open for you. I think it's about time we end it now, because these guys will be going all night. We've started them off. Globe Earthers.
Yes, but at least they are not talking about their model for a while. Okay, I am off to bed. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Good night.
Yeah, no night. I'm going with Buster's going to sing us out now. Has anybody got any other words? If not, I'm just going to click Buster. It is tomorrow
Free for all Friday. Now, we haven't got anything planned. There's no particular trips out to anything. So if you want to come in and talk about anything, come on in. And we'll see you tomorrow. Free for all Fridays.
Double think clouds your mind. If you walk that road, you'll be left behind, like swaying branches in the air, lost in confusion, filled with despair. Arguments and fallacies, taken from the book of lies and deceits. There are those who will never see the gift of Logos that was given to me. And I know how water flows, I know what level shows it. You'll be wasting your time trying to change what's been defined. I know what I know. I know what I know. You don't know what you don't know. Blackpool paradox. You think it's measuring, but it's not. It's optical phenomenon. All you fools think you know what's beyond. I know how water flows, and I know what level shows it. You'll be wasting your time trying to change what's been defined. I know how water flows, and I know what level shows it. You'll be wasting your time trying to change what's been defined.
Horizon means the line where the sky meets the earth. Yeah, that's the definition I'm going by.
All
And I'm
horizontals
saying,
are parallel to the
let me
plane of the
finish.
horizon.
Let me finish. You can't just spout your logic at me. I'm still talking.